Hello everyone, welcome to Me Code. Today I am very excited to announce you that you are going to see one wonderful video. This is the complete JavaScript course in 2025. So this gonna be wonderful because if you are a beginner or an intermediate level or an advanced programmer, this video will be helpful in different ways. If you are a new programmer, it will help you to start your journey in JavaScript. And if you are intermediate level, you are going to see the things that you already know in different way and see a different perspective of it. And if you are in advanced level, this video gonna help you to revise. In this course you will see everything about JavaScript. You will see introduction, you will see why it is called scripting language, history, you will see variables, scope, data types, string methods, arrays, objects, memoization, operators, control structures, ES6 features, APIs, asynchronous things, error handling, local storage, hoisting, advanced topic like hoisting, temporal dead zone, event loops, and many more. So if you want to become a web developer in 2025, don't skip this video. Watch the full video. Definitely it's gonna help you. You see this project, you will find this whole thing as PDF format. So don't miss this opportunity and go through the video, and the PDF that you will get, it will help you in revision before any interview. So without doing any delay, let's get started. So what is JavaScript? So you see what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a high-level interpreted programming language primarily used to create dynamic and interactive content on website. It allows you to implement complex features like updating content without loading the page, interactive maps, animation, etc. So these are like theory parts, and I will show you practically how it looks. So now let's create one folder, name it JavaScript 2025, and inside it we are going to code for JavaScript. So where JavaScript is used. So see, other than web development, many things where we use JavaScript, but web development is the main thing where we are going to use JavaScript and for which we are going to learn. So here, I assume that you know about HTML. Name it, create one HTML file, index.html. Let's create the basic HTML tags. These are the basic HTML tags, and so here we'll be using the JavaScript. How to use JavaScript? See, we can code JavaScript here. This is script tag. Script tag is JavaScript for JavaScript, and here inside this we can code JavaScript. Or one more thing we can do, we can connect externally like a script, and we will give a source, and here we will name the file, like name it app.js. Though we didn't create it, we are going to create here. Name it app.js. Inside this, we are going to create JavaScript. So where we use JavaScript? First of all, like if you go to browser and go to any website like this YouTube. So here you see whatever you can see. These are used with the help of HTML and CSS. Like you see this structure, video, these all are HTML and CSS, like the designing, the beautiful design, everything. These are CSS. And what is JavaScript? JavaScript is like if you click it here, you see this sidebar is changing, like it is getting hidden and it is appearing again. So this is JavaScript, and like many other things, like if I click it here, we are going to that page. Here also JavaScript is used that we can't see. Now we can't see the logic that is applied behind is also JavaScript. And in if I create here, you see this pop-up. This is also JavaScript. This pop-up, if you click it here, this pop-up, we also use JavaScript. And like in background, many other things we have used JavaScript, like this YouTube. Here, like the library of JavaScript is used. So any logic, any calculation, especially if you want to create games kind of thing, there like HTML, CSS will be less, but JavaScript will be more. So it is a programming language, and it is having all other things of other programming language. Like though it is called scripting language, but it is a programming language. We will see it later. So you have seen that the basic things that what is about what is about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript where we are using it. So like I'll show like here we have created one HTML file, and first of all here we will write give one h1 tag, and we will write hello world, and we will run this file, run this HTML file. Open with live server. Hello world we can see. So whatever JavaScript will be coding, most of the things will be showing in the console. Like if you inspect it here, go to console, and you see the console is blank. So here we have connected this app.js. App.js is here, and here we will console log hello, like welcome to the full JavaScript course 202 2025. Now save and come here. You see we got this. So here we are creating the logic, and we are consoling the things here. Fine. So here you see that independently we can't use JavaScript. We have to connect it with the HTML. Now go to let's open this one. Wait a second. Okay. So you see that what is JavaScript is a high-level interpreted programming language primarily used to create dynamic and interactive content on website, right? Dynamic and interactive content. It allows you to implement complex features like updating content without reloading the page, interactive apps, animations, and more. Type, what is that? It is one scripting language, interpreted and not compiled. Why it is called scripting language? There is a reason for that. I'll show it later. Runs on browser. It runs on browser, client side, and also in server, it runs on server also. After like coming of Node.js. Earlier, we used to use JavaScript only for browser, the client side, but after coming of Node.js, we are using it in server also. So Node.js is the runtime environment for JavaScript on server. And what is the syntax? Syntax uses C-like syntax similar to Java, C++, C Sharp, and this is the syntax. Like script, I have shown you script, and later on we'll see more about it. Why JavaScript is called a scripting language? See, we can say JavaScript as programming language. It is a programming language, but earlier it was created as a scripting language. So what is a scripting language? Scripting language is like if you see other languages uh, like this Java or C++ or C Sharp, there we compile the language before reading. But in JavaScript, we need not to compile. Yes, I have shown this here. First of all, let's see what is here, what we are going to describe it here. So JavaScript is actually both a scripting language and programming language. They are not mutually exclusive, but it is often called a scripting language due to its original purpose. earlier at the beginning stage it was created for a small scripting purpose, and later it evolved to be one fully functional programming language. Why scripting? Let's see. Originally created for small tasks, JavaScript was created in 1995 by Brendan H. to add interactive features like from validation, animation to web pages. Like earlier, like in 1990 approx, there like HTML website came, and it was like very uh, non-interactive page, like static pages. So after a little bit of research, like not little bit, after research and involvement of many companies, and Brandon Ake was a software developer, and he come with this solution. And like small scripting that enhance HTML for improving the functionality of HTML, JavaScript came into existence. Runs in browser, but it is also a programming language. Obviously, it supports all key programming constructs, like it has variables, loops, functions. Object oriented JavaScript can be like operate as object oriented programming, and it is Turing complete, can perform computation given enough resources. You can build large application. We can build large applications. So here scripting and non-scripting languages, some examples like for scripting, you see scripting language and non-scripting language. Some scripting language other than JavaScript are Python, PHP, Bash, Ruby, and non-scripting language like C, C++, Java, Go, Rust, etc. So what is this? These are interpreted like line by line. Computer read the code, but here first the code is compiled like with another compilation software, and speed slower. It is slower because it is interpreted line by line, but it is compiled. Then only like computer read this one. That's why it is fast. Complexity, it is simpler. It is this one is non-scripting was complex. Okay, and integration like easily integrates with other programs. Like if I create one JavaScript, one JavaScript file, if I create this one, and if I want to connect it with another JavaScript file, we can easily do that. But it is complex in this non-scripting language. Now coming to the history, as I told, like 1995, developed by Brendan Lake at Netscape. Netscape was the company that built this JavaScript, originally called Mocha. It was called Mocha, later named as uh, like LiveScript, and later on JavaScript. The purpose of naming this JavaScript was to show some similarity with Java, because that time Java was one peak, and in 1996 Microsoft like in competition against JavaScript, Microsoft launched JavaScript, a JavaScript clone for Internet Explorer. That time, JavaScript was launched by Netscape, and like it was running in their browser only, and the browser was named Netscape Navigator, right? So JavaScript was running there only, and in 1997, like ECMAScript, what is ECMAScript? ECMAScript was like standard, maintaining standard for JavaScript. So like now also JavaScript, ECMAScript maintains the standard of JavaScript. Like later on, if we want to add some features, so ECMAScript maintains that. And 2009, Node.js was introduced for like using JavaScript in server, because you see JavaScript is like so fascinating language. So the software engineers came with solutions so that we can use this JavaScript in server also. Major updates happens in ECMAScript version 6 in 2015. So many things were changed. So many major things were introduced in JavaScript, like let, const, etc. Arrow functions. Arrow function will show it. We'll see it later. And classes, etc. Okay, and let's go. Where is JavaScript used? Website, obviously. Website in DOM manipulation and form validation. What is DOM manipulation? DOM is document object model. So inside the HTML, we use elements. We can manipulate this with the help of JavaScript. And form validation, for validating form, interactive forms, we use JavaScript. UI interaction, slider, drop downs, models. SPA, like there are frameworks of JavaScript like React, Angular, and Vue. All are popular frameworks. Out of these, React and Angular is very popular. With these, we can create single page application. And what is single page application is like I will show. Uh, like if you go to, let's go to here, YouTube, and here this is one single page application. Like if you go to another page, let's go to W3 school, and if you go inside it, if you go to another page, after I click, you see, anytime I click here, you notice here, it is redirecting us to another page, right? Every time I click, it is redirecting to another page. And for this one here, you see, it is refreshing or redirecting to another page. For this one, what happens is that it is, it will take more time. It will take more time to load the page, and sometimes the internet may be slow, and that time we don't want to like give a call to the server, right? So if you see the YouTube, like if you go to any other page, like even if you go to here and notice here, click it here, here you see it is not like rotating. That means it is not refreshing the page. It is a single page, the whole application. Though we are navigating to another page, still it is a single page because it is not redirecting to another page. Later on, when you will see that like function, the what is it called, the framework, sorry, the framework of JavaScript like React or Angular, that time you will see this. You will understand more about single page application. Okay. So single page application, I think you got a little bit of like understanding how it works. Server side development like Node.js. With Node.js build APIs. It is used to create APIs. Popular framework, like for popular framework for backend of Node.js is Express.js. Also used for mobile app development. We can use React for like this JavaScript for mobile application also. So how, like with the help of React Native is one library that uses JavaScript. Ionic with Ionic and native script, we also create application. Desktop web application we can do we using Electron.js, and like desktop application. Game development also we can do. So here animation, IoT and robotics also we can use. Machine learning in browser, for using machine learning we use libraries like TensorFlow.js. Okay. For IoT and robotics, we use this Raspberry Pi, and there we can use Node.js. Okay. So, so this was like where we can use JavaScript. Now the actual JavaScript started. Till now we have seen the history, introduction, everything. Now we will dive into the JavaScript. Variables in JavaScript. What is variables? If you have idea about any other programming language, then you won't have any like doubt about variables. But if you are very new to JavaScript, I will explain everything. Like what is variable? If you have studied the mathematics, obviously you have studied mathematics in 10th. There you have seen that sometimes we used to use let value of x is 10 something kind of. Wait a second, let's go to desktop and here. So you used to use let value of x equal to 10 something kind of that, like assume the value of x, that is only let, that is only variables. Okay, so what is variables is like variables variables let value of x equal to 10 and let value of y equal to 20. Console.log x plus y, save and go here. This one you see 30. We are getting 30. 10 plus 20 is 30. So here this let is variables. These are called variables. While assigning any value like to x or something, we can name it anything, x or x zar, anything we can use. It is not like single character kind of thing. So we can use that. So this is what variables is. So okay, so there are three kind of variables. One is var, one is let, and const. Let and const was introduced in 2015 by ECMAScript 6. Earlier it was var only. So the var is called function scope, and let and const is called block scope. Okay, why I will explain. Like let's go to the next page. So why this var is called function scope? So here is the code. So here, so here where we have used this one, like scope is this parenthesis. This bracket is called scope. This block. So like this one is where, and let's see the let and const, then we will compare. So here you see like assume one function is there. Okay, if you are not like introduced to functions, if you don't know about functions, let's explain that also. So first of all, assume that one function happens like this. We declare it with the name of function and we then give a name. Okay, so we declare a function. Inside this function, this this bracket, this block, inside this block, if you declare any variable, if you take any variable like y variable with we have taken with the help of this let. Okay, with this let variable we have declared y, we have declared 20 value 20 to y, and we have taken const variable with jet 30. And if you console log it here, you will get this 30 20 30. But outside of this block, inside this block, like this block, if you console log y and z, you will get reference error. Okay, but in opposite to this, if you go to this where, if you use where, you if you console log it outside, you will get this one value of x. I'll show it. Let's see it. So here, let's take one function. Let's take one function, name it test, and inside it, take one block, and here, let's take let. First, let's take var a equal to 10, const b equal to 20 and let c equal to 30. Now console.log a comma b comma c. And if you don't know that, if you declare a function, we have to call the function. Test, we have to call the function. The purpose of function is that only, like we function is like a thing. When we want to run this one, then only we will run this one. If you like don't use this one, if you don't use this function, it will run automatically. But to run it on purpose, we are using function. Like we can run it twice. Okay, so now test is there, and you see 10, 20, 30 we are getting. Now if now let's copy this one, go outside, paste it again, and here we will write outside of the block and see what we are getting. And here you see on like outside of the block we are getting b is not defined, reference error, b is not defined. We are getting that b for 1 there is no error, but if you like remove this one, go here, you see there is no error. Outside of the block 10, we are getting the 10 value of this a. But if you write b, you see we are getting this reference error, b is not defined. Okay, and here if you type c, c is not defined. That is why it is called block scope. This c, this let and const is called block scope, because if you declare it inside this block, you can't call it outside. Okay, you can't get the value outside. That's why it is called block scope. Instead, it is this where is not a block scope, because we can like get the value outside. Okay, so here we have seen that var is called function scope. Variable declared with var are function scoped. This means that variable is accessible anywhere inside the function. Okay, inside the function, this is called function scope. Inside the function, anywhere we can get this one, inside this block, outside this block in which it was declared. If declared outside a function, it become a global variable. Okay, so here inside this block we are using x equal to 10, and we are consoling log, we are getting the value. Okay, instead if you go here, we are not getting the value, we are getting this reference error that I like explained. Okay, let's go to the next page. And one more thing is that there is difference between const and let and const. And here what is the difference between let and const? The const is constant. So if we want to change the value of b equal to 30 and also change the value of c equal to 40, and let's see what we get. And here you see we are getting type error assignment to a constant variable. Okay, line number 11. So line number 11, this one, b is a constant, so we can't change the value. Instead for the c, we can change the value. If you comment this out. So comment, if you don't know about commenting is like this code is ineffective if you comment this out. That means it is simple text. For writing simple text, we use comment in JavaScript. This is called comment. So here, go here, c is not defined. Okay, so here we are using c constant c. Okay, this one outside of this block. First remove this. Now you see we got this 10, 20, 40. We are getting 40. Here you see, here we have declared the value of C 30 and later on we change it to 40 and we are getting the 40 here. So we can change the value with let and where. Okay, we can do same for the where also. So like for the where, if you do it like a equal to 1. Okay, now if you go here and you see we are getting 1 for this one, 1, 20 and then 40. So here now let's see the comparison of where, let and const. So where, let and const, this is function scope, and let and const, these are block scope. And redeclarable, yes, that means we can change the value where we can do, and let and const. Okay, reassignable is different thing. Okay, we can reassign the value of where and let, but not this const. Then what is redeclaring? Okay, what is redeclaring? Redeclaring in where it is yes, but with let and const we can't declare it one. I'll show how. Like let's go here, come here, and we have declared the value of a to 10. Again, we want to take one variable, like remove this one. Let's go for declaration. Like let again where a equal to 50. Okay, a equal to 50. Now see what we get. Now come here, and you see we can declare this one. Again, we are getting the value of 50, value of a to 50. Now let's do it for like const b equal to 50 or 80. Here you see we are not able to do that because here only we are getting the error. If you do the same for C, you see it is not declared. Again, it is not redeclarable. We can't assign the value like with not so const. Like if we use let also, then also we can't assign the value. Again, we can't declare C. But with where we declared it a once and here twice. You see this. That's why it is not redeclarable. Okay, fine. So it is not redeclarable and hoisted. Yes. Where is hoisted? Let and const is not hoisted. There is a reason. What is hoisting? I will explain hoisting later on. Now, just remember that where is hoisted, but let and const is not hoisted. Using modern JS. In modern JS, we prefer using let and const. Obviously, we use where, but we like we prefer let and const. The reason behind is that the reason is many. Like here, you have seen that we can redeclare the value of where it is not giving any error. That is not good. Even if we take any variable inside this block, we can call this one outside. So there may be memory leakage, like we don't want this one outside. Okay, we want this, sometimes we want this inside this one, and we may forget that we have used the value of like taken the where a value of a something, so it somehow it can give some error later on. Okay, to avoid this one we prefer using let and const. Now let's move forward. Now coming to the data types. Data types in JavaScript. So there are 9 data types in JavaScript. 9 data types. One out of the 9, string, number, boolean, null, undefined, symbol, and big int, these are called primitive data types because these are stored directly in variable. Stored directly. So these are like a single kind of value. Like if you take string is like single line of like with text. String is a text. It is stored directly. Number is also like you see number. Boolean is like true or false is called boolean. Null is nothing. Undefined is like value is not given, and symbol is like symbol. Big int is like big integer. It is number only, but big integer, big number. And reference type is different thing. Here you see the object can be anything. It can be very long. Array is also array is data types, but array, to be honest, array is not a data type. Array is object only. In JavaScript, if we like see the type, then array type of array is object only, and function is another type. Okay. So if you count the types here, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But array is not a type. That's why it is 9. And here, like string, hello is string. String is like text. Okay. This is primitive and this is reference because array can be anything. This is as reference. So, like these are called reference types. Primitive values are computed by value and reference types are compared by reference. So it is like it is an array. Inside this array, there may be like inside this array we can use object, we can use string. So that's why like JavaScript use this one as reference. Okay, and here for this one there is direct value and primitive data types. String, here these are the string represents textual data. Number represents both integer and floating point like this with point value. These are number. Big int like big number. Boolean is like true or false. Undefined like a is undefined. Let a, like we have declared the value of a, but we didn't give any value to it. Like we can give, like if we give let a equal to, oh, like it is, I can't write it here. Assume that like if we have declared the a, but we didn't give any value, so it will give undefined. Null is like null value represents intentional absence of any value. There is no value, null. Symbol is like symbol, unique and immutable value used as identifier. Okay. So now non-primitive is like object, array, and function. So example of object is like this, normally like this, but array is like this. Though array is also considered as object, and this is function. Function, like we declare, we name it function, and then we give any name. Okay. So like we can name, like we can create function with other conventions also. I will show it later. Without name also we can create one function. But normally this is the convention of creating one function. Like string methods. What are string methods? Why we need string methods? I will show. So string methods, like remove this. String methods. Okay. Let's take one. String is like string, like welcome to the JavaScript course 2025. And like this is one string. What are the methods? Methods, why we need methods? We need methods is like this is programming language, right? And the computer is very, we everything we have to specify to the computer that we want this. It is very intelligent machine. It gives in like it considers every small thing. Like if you see there in this like a string, like text, we'll call this text in JavaScript as string, and we have to write string. Like you can't write string like this. Okay. So we declare a string inside this single quote or double quote. Okay. So a double quote, if you use double quote in one side and another side also, we have to use double quote. Or if you use single quote, we need to use it as single quote. We can also use backtick. This one. This is different. This is not single quote. This is backtick. Okay. So with these three symbols, we can declare one string. Inside this one, we have to place the text or whatever. Okay. Even inside this, if you place any number, this is also a string. Anything inside this, like inside this, like single quote or double quote, even if you place like array or something kind of array like that, this is also a string. So like welcome to the JavaScript script course 2025. Okay. Now there are methods is like we need to count. Let's assume that we need to count how many characters are there inside this. So how will you count? How will this computer count? You want the number of characters inside this. How will the computer count? For this one, there are methods. There are many methods for many purpose. These are called methods. So like if you type string, like console will show it inside console.log str dot length. We will type the length, how many characters are there. And if you come here, there are 37 characters inside it, and it will be 100% correct. If you count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. There are 33. You see, 33 characters. But here it is showing different. It is showing 37. It is showing 37 because it also counts the space. Here is the space of one character. So this is one character 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 333 plus 5 is 38. That means we miscount somewhere. So it's like it will be 32 somewhere. Like use, let's see, 1, 2. Let's count everything. It should be 37, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. You see, there are 37 characters. So the computer will never mistake. Okay. So sometimes you may feel that maybe computer has done mistake. No, it will give the correct thing. Okay, so these are methods. I have given one example. There are many methods. Like in computer, to like interact with the computer, computer needs to understand it through many methods. Like we understand easily. We see that yes, there is zero. Here you see there is something written, but computer won't understand in that way. We need to like explain it everything through the language of code. So now let's come here and let's see the methods. Length method I have shown the number returns like string length, like this is string hello dot length is 5. It has given 5. So here character rate is another method, like you see character rate 1. Like here inside this string, every character is numbered starting from 0. This one is 0, and after that there is 1, then it is 2, 3, 4, something like that. It is numbered with 0 index, starting with 0 and increasing one by one. And here you see the character at 1. That means we want this character e character starting from 0 and this 1. Okay, this 0 is 1 in at one place, number at one place. What is the character? This is e. So character at like this hello string dot character at e, we are getting e. Character code at, I'll like let's show it through code. So here we'll also console log string, like str is this string representing this string dot character at 5. Let's give 3. 3 means while w is 0, 1, 2, 3, c should come, right? So now let's come here, and it is this, you see, c. So this like this, like this way. This one is the method of counting the, like showing the characters at any particular point, like at this point 1. Character code at 0, a character code at 0, 65. What is that? Character code. Character code is like every character starting from A, B, C, D. Every character has some unique code. Capital A is 65. Like this one, any other character is having unique code. So you can check this out. Like there is no need of this one like in coding. Like later on, if you need this one, you can like search it out. Okay, just see that we have this function, we have this method, and at supports negative indexing. So here at the world dot at minus 1 is d. Okay, minus 1 is d. So here we provide index and we get the value. Wait a second, just go to the text and we'll explain it. We'll see the practical example. Like str here console log. Let's come to the console log. Str dot at. Okay, let's give 0. What we get? Let's see. So here, come here, we are getting w. Okay, we are getting the 0 index is w. If we give 1, what we are getting? We are getting this e, the second number, as usual. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. If we give minus 1, what we are getting? We are getting 5y. So the reason behind is that this w is 0 and minus 1 should come here. Before that, before that, when we are going to minus 1, it is taking this 5 as minus 1, because before w we have this last one. Okay, that's why it is saying this minus 1, this last value. Okay, fine. So at substring, and here it creates like substring 1 to 4. So here what it is doing, substring from S to E, no negatives. So we can't place a negative value. So what happens is that we will create another string, and we want from 0 to 4. So 1 to 4. Here is the 0. 1 is this B, C, D. 4 is 4. 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4. You see? So before 4, it is taking all the value like B, C, D. If we take the 4, then it should go from here also. But it is not taking 4. It will take from this one value to here. So whatever number you will give, it will take before that, like 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. 4 is here. It won't take the last value. It will take up to that. Okay. You can search these also. Like it is not, the coding is not about you remember everything. You will forget the thing, but you should know that yes, we can like create a substring of this string. Okay. And there is slice, like substring supports negatives. So here what it is happening, so it will also create one substring, but here it supports negative. We can give negative value, -3, -1. Okay, so like we can give minus value, but we won't give minus value, and we will compare this slice and this substring, like substring. Okay, I'll explain this one. Just wait a minute. Just cover this one, and we'll explain. And here, like substring, we have seen slice and this one, and substring of length. This is deprecated. This is not there. So here, what we're doing here, one the index value and this length, like 3. We want 3 characters. But here it was different. Substring, and this one is deprecated. Slice, we will compare these 3. Okay, we will check these 3: substring, slice, and substr. So come here, and what we'll do, string dot slice, and here we have to give 2 parameters. One is start and end. Okay, we will start with 1, end it with 3, and see what we are getting. We are getting el. Okay, el, yes, 1 is e, and 3, like 0, 1, 2, 3. So with 3, but that last value is not coming. That's why it is e and l. The same thing is for like substring, the log str dot substring. Okay, and if we give 1, 3, we should get the same value, el we are getting. So basically these two are same. But with slice we can pass negative value. So like negative, let's give negative value and try this out. So here let's give negative value like so when we give negative value, then it should be, the first one should be like bigger number, like big negative. And let's give -1. So what is the, let's say, like assume the position of number -1. So here I have shown you that -1 is this 5, and -4 is this 5. Is if it is -1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 is at -4. So we should get 202. Let's see what we are getting. Come here, refresh. There is nothing. Why? Substring minus. No. Substring does not support this one. Slice supports minus. So here instead of substring, let's give slice. Slice supports minus value, but substring does not. Now save. And here you see we are getting 202. Right? Here also, like it is not taking the last value. Okay. So how we are getting this? -1. -1, if you see -4, the 2 is at -4, -1 is 5, and it is taking this first values, like last one at minus whatever the last index, it is not taking that index one. The same is for substring, but in substring minus does not support. Okay, and this substr is not there because here, so substr is deprecated, so there is no need to like play around with that. So if you give dot and whatever the methods are there, you can see the methods like type sub. You see substr is deprecated, substring is there, so no need to learn this substr. Fine. So fine, now let's come here. We have seen substring, sub slice, and this one is deprecated substr. Okay, no need to learn this one. Value of primitive string value. So here you see that we are getting value of, what is the need of this one? Value of, let's go there, go to code, and Let's search, let's type. I'll show it by examples. Value of. We called. Now let's come here and you see this is the value only. So whatever is there inside this is the value. So if you console log this, and if this is nothing, just a value, it won't consider this double quote and double quote. It don't consider this double quote. Like let's assume that another. Let's take another variable, string object, and we will take one object is like name it id 1 and name will be, so name will be like Rajiv. And here you see this is a string, but inside this string we have placed one object, right? And one more thing is that when we like inside this one, you can't use this double quote inside double quote. You have to use, well, like if you are using double quote outside, you have to use something different inside this one. So now let's console log this str object. Now let's see what we're getting. We're getting something like this string. But if we convert it to value of, let's see what we're getting. We will get the same. Okay, no name. So basically, it is like the value of will be the value. Actually, it is considering whatever the value is there inside it. Okay, and it is like every whatever you are learning. It is not like everything will use at once. Okay, so you will feel like you may not use it every time. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the next page. Includes. Okay, so here this was like here you see these are for access and length. These all are for access and length kind of thing. Like I have subcategorized this one, these tables, and the next one is here you see table search and compare to search something. This one is for that. So here includes is like here is the JavaScript and includes. We're searching inside this JavaScript includes if the value is there, if the script is there inside it. True, yes, we'll get yes. That's it. We will search anything inside it with includes. And index of will be index like we this banana index of A will be searching the index of A. It will give the first value of this one. Like B, B is the 0, index is 0, A is 1, N is 2, A is 3. And again N and again A, but it will give the first reference of that character. Okay, first index of substring it will give, and last index of it will give last index like this one. It is given this one, but here last index we have to mention this as last index, and it will give the last reference of that particular character. Starts with like check starts with like hello starts with he, we will like check if it starts with he or not, it will give true. And ends with, we will check that world ends with ld, true. And match is like it will match regular. This regex is like regular expression is another thing that we will be learning. This is a conditional searching, like putting some condition if else kind of thing. So this is a regex, this is another thing. We'll be covering regex in another video. Okay, regular expression. Regex match array, it will match array 1 2 3, and it will like match. This is like regular expression is like another thing. You won't understand it if you don't know. So like as of now, just see that there is one method is there, name it match, and there inside this we can put a regular expression, and match all also we will put regular expression. So like local compare. So local compare is like we will be comparing to strings. Okay, so this one also we don't use that much, but like uh, like you should know that yes, this also exists. So here what happens is that a, we are comparing this string a with b, and we are getting this -1. Okay, so it is like if we give this like this a, and if this one, assume that this one is a string 1 and this one is a string 2, and if this string 1 comes before this string 2, that means we will get -1. I will show it with examples. uh, with examples like let's come here and let's take let let's do it like console.log and dot a dot local compare and give b, and let's check what we're getting. We are getting -1, and let's reverse it like b and a, and we are getting 1. And if these both are same, then we will get 0. Okay, we will get 0. So what happens if this one here is the complete text, like by the way, or by the way, obviously you won't compare, you will compare something different, like let's do it like banana, and here let's give like apple. That time what happens is that we will get 1, because here it will take the reference of the first character of that string. It is a and here it is b, so it will be like b, this one comes before that, that's why we will get 1 plus 1. Okay, fine. So now okay, this one we have seen. Now let's go to the next page, and here is the string method for modify and format. It was search and compare, we have seen. Before that we have seen that access and length, and now we will see that modify and format. We can modify the string. Okay, so concat, it joins string, is like hi dot concat there, and it is hi there. Okay, concat there, but before there is space, that's why we are getting hi space then there. Otherwise, if we don't give space here, it will be hi and there will be combined. And to lowercase, this is very simple, converts it to lowercase. Whatever is there abc, it will convert it to lowercase, and uppercase will convert it to uppercase. And trim is like for removing the space from before and after of the string. Like if hello, before that any space is there, it will remove this one. And trim start and trim end, if we give trim start, it will remove the space from the start, and if we give trim end, it will remove the space from the last one, like the end part. Okay, replace all, so it is like replacing something, replacing something with something another things. Like we want to, here we want to replace this c with this b. So here it was cat, it replaced to bat. In place of c, we replace it with b. Okay, dot replace, we will providing the character what we want to replace, and which with whom we want to replace, we will replace that. And here replace all, and here replaces all occurrences. Here it was like it will replace the first occurrences. So here you see that this one, if again c is there, then it won't replace the c, there's a second c. Okay, it will replace only the first one, because this one replaces for only first one, first reference, and for all we have to mention the all, replace all. Okay, and it will replace, we want to replace dash with underscore, and it will replace all dashes with underscore. Splits in an into an array. So what happens if we put split with some condition? Here is like comma is there, so with place of comma we want to split, and here you see it will split and convert it into an array. Okay, repeats the string n times. Like here, it will repeat 3 times and it will create a new string with ha ha ha. Is like whatever is there, it will repeat that multiple times. Pet start. Pets at the start. And so it is like we add like pet start will be adding something. Okay, so let's see this one. Pet start. It was like, let's take one string. Let string equal to 5. Okay, let's take 5, no problem. Console.log start dot pet. Let's do like start first. And what we'll do, we will read like 3 and start one will provide 0 or like 3 4 4 4 4 4. Now come here and you see 4 4 is added at before. And in place of number, if we give string, let's see what happens. Hi. And see, hi will be added. Okay. So it is like before the string before we want to add. Okay. And what is this 3 and like 3 and this why it is 3. Okay, 1 second. It is like 3 and high we have given, and if this give we give high long, and see what happens. We get only this. That means ultimately we want only 3. We want the characters to be 3. Whatever you put here is like, if we put like keep it there and let's put it like 13 and let's see what we get. So it will put place it number of times until we get 13 numbers. Okay, let's search like pet start. Let's no need, like it is simple thing like so here it is like it will repeat. So whatever is there, it will repeat until it like the number, the length reach to that. Okay, and it will place whatever you place it here, it will place that start, and for the end one it will place at the end. Let's go to the next. Now coming to arrays. So string is covered. Welcome to array of JavaScript. Array is one of the data types of JavaScript, though array is not a data type. It is, if we check the type of array, we will get that array is one object only. But the arrays are one of the important thing in JavaScript. That's why though it is not declared as a different data types, but it works as a data types because it has many methods. Like here, array is like we inside this third bracket we provide something. It may be array of string, or maybe array of object, or maybe array of numbers. So like here inside this third bracket, this is one array of number. Okay, and it has many methods. Like the string one, it is also having many methods. String and array, two are very important things in JavaScript because it is being used widely. So for each is one method, executes a function for each element. So it is like, I will show, for each, as the name suggests, for each, for every value, for every field, whatever is there. It may be string or object or string or number, whatever is there. Let's see it. So here, let's come here. and array for each. Okay, for each, what we'll do, for each, let's take one variable. Let uh, number array num array equal to, like the way here, this is the convention of called camel case later. Like num, we are defining it as number, we are assuming it as number, and array, and in between I have given capital to distinguish that from here. It is different thing. Like this is the convention to declare one variable, camel case one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and here we'll be applying the methods like num array dot for each for each. So here for each is there and we'll be getting the element. And so here this is one function. This for each method will inside this one we will get one function. So here we will get the element with the same way. This is correct, but if we can access the index also. Later on we'll see how to access the index. And here console.log, not org, it is log, and we'll pass the element. And you'll see that it will run multiple times. So how many time it should run? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And every time we are consoling log the value. And you will see that we will be getting different values separately. Let's come here. And here you see we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that I was saying is that index also we can get. So like element is there, and here we can get the index, like index. We can name it index, or I also we can put. So it is like first one, the two fields are there. If you take two fields, first one will be that element and second one will be the index. And here we'll console log the both. So index will start from 0. So you will see that 1 is the value, 0 is the index, 2 is the value, 1 is the index, like that. Okay. So this is the for each. With for each we can do many things. Like we can give condition kind sign, something like that. So later on we will see the conditions and all, because if you are new you won't understand. So assume that for each is one method by which we access the each element of that array. Okay. Now map is there. Map is for here also. With the map also we access each value, but we can update the array, right? It is like I'll show it with that this one. Like in place of array, we will take map. Okay, map, and in map we have to return one value, right? We'll get the element, and what we'll return? We will return out one updated value. Like one is there, and what we'll do? We will return element, and here we won't get the index one. Yes, we can get the index, but what we'll do? We will update it like element. We will multiply it with 10. Okay, and what we'll do? We will assign this whole thing, this array, like we will get one new array. So it is like console log number. I'll show like everything. If you like console log this one, it will not change. Console log, you see, we are getting the same array, but here with the map, we'll be creating one new array and we'll be mapping that like a new array. One variable we have taken, and inside this, what we have done, we have taken this num array and we put this map and we return the element. And now num array, and let's console log new array and save. Come here, and you see we got this multiplied one. Now we have seen this for each map, and now we'll see the filter. So filter is like filtering, filtering from that array. Okay, so it is like map only. Let's see. Let's go here. In map, you have seen that instead of new array, let's rename it as map array. Okay, map array, and after that, we'll be creating that filter array. Let filter array equal to, what happens is that number array dot filter will give this filter method, and inside this one, what we'll get this element, and here we will return, like we'll be filtering the value. It is like we'll filter, we will take the array up to only 3, like value. If value is increasing uh, above 3, then we won't return any value. So here what we'll do, we'll put if condition of as of now I didn't introduce to if, but later on I will introduce to if else, these all these things. So it is nothing like if condition. If something is there, if element is less than 4, then only we will return the element. Okay, so what happens is that if is like putting condition, whatever condition is there, if this condition is fulfilled, then only we will run this block. So here it will check every element. Like first we will get 1. It will check if 1 is less than 4. Yes, it will populate this array, and like this one up to, we will get 1 2 3, up to 3 we will get. So now let's console.log filter array. Now save, come here, and you see this one, third one is the filter array, and we are getting up to 3. First one is the normal array, second was one was the map, we multiplied it with 10, and this one is the filter array, we filtered the array. Okay, so we have seen this filter also we have seen. Now let's go to the next page. Next is one reduce function, and reduces array to a single value. So now let's see the reduce method of array. So this reduce is one of the method. This is being used to calculate the total in from an array. So this may be number of array, or this may be object. So sorry, in card, while we want to calculate the total price of that particular card, that time especially we use reduce to calculate the total price. So now I will show how it works. So here this one is one array, number array, and let's keep this, no problem. Just comment this out the console log. This one and this, we comment out the console log. Okay, reduce is also okay. I put the reduce. So how does it work? First of one, like we have to give a callback here. This is one function. So it may be little complicated for you, but please don't worry. You will understand it later on. So here how it works. So here, like this one, SEC is accumulator. It is like accumulate the value, and this CURR is the current value. Okay, and accumulator plus current value, and 0 is the initial value that we will provide. So how does it works? First of all, it iterate every value like 1 2 3 4 5. So how does it work? It will take the 0. This 0 accumulator is the last value that accumulated. At first it will take the 0. It will start with the 0 and it will take the current value. Current value is the first value. The first it will run and it will take the current value 1. And like what we have done, we have given the callback function as we will be adding these two. We will add this accumulator as of now at first it is 0 and it will add this current value and it will become 1 and it will iterate again. And at that time what will happen, this accumulator, it will take the last value that was 1 and it will take the current value now. The second time operation current value will be 2, right? And then again it will add, like it was 1 and then it will 2 and it become 3 and it will again run. By this way at last it will count the total number of it. Okay, so it will work in this way. So this is for one number. So like the reduce is like used to reduce the array to one, like one output. It may be string also. Like how? Like let's create one variable, name it string array, right? And we'll give string like A, B, C, right? And we will, okay, before going to that string, uh, we will console log reduced and we will name it as reduced num number num, because we are going to create another one for reduced string and copy this one, copy this. Okay, first let's see what we get. So from this reduced number, what we'll get? We'll get the total. It will get the total value. It will calculate the total value. So how it calculates the total value? At first it took 0 and it added with this 1 and it get 1. Again it will add with the 2. It will become 3 and 3 plus 3 it will become 6. 6 plus 4 become 10. 10 plus 5 become 15. So it became the total of all this. Now we'll be doing the same functionality for string array. Now let reduced string equal to string array dot reduce, and this one accumulator and current value, this is not required to mention it like accumulator. We'll use the short form accumulator SCC and CURR and we'll return like SCC plus CURR and the first value will be taking empty string. Why? Because it is not number. These are not number, right? So we'll be taking the empty string. And now we'll console log. Again, console log the reduced string. Now come here and you see we got A, B, C. And if you give here like any number, though it is a string, if you can give it as number, now you'll see that it will add with this one. It is 23 ABC. Okay. So we can add number with string and it will become string only. Right. So in this way, this reduce function works. Fine. Now let's remove this one. Let's give one reference. Now let's go to the next one. Next one is sum. Sum checks if any element satisfy satisfies a condition. Like we will be giving one condition like n greater than 2, and it will give one boolean like true or false. Sum, like if any condition is fulfilled, if any one of them, like there will be three iteration. If any one of them, sum means any one of them fulfill this condition, any one number is become like greater than 2, it is true. And the same way the sum, the every will work. But here it will, the every condition should be fulfilled. Like this one, if we put this condition n greater than 2, it will be false. Right? Okay. Now let's come into the find. Returns the first matching element. So here n greater than 1. So here 2 is greater than 1, 3 is greater than 1. But it will give the first matching element. Whatever the elements which fulfills this condition, it will be returning the first one. Right? Like this 2, it will return 2. And find index is like for finding the index of that particular like number. So here also it is like n fulfill, like whatever fulfills this with this number, it will return the index of that number. Right? Fine. Now we'll be going to the next page. Find index 1, like let's see it. Find index. Like we'll be finding index of this 2. So we can do it like comment this console log. Again console.log numarray dot find index. We want to find index of this 2. This 2. Let's see what we're getting. Number 2 is not a function. So here it looks like where it has gone. So here it looks like we can give the value of that, but we can't. Here we have to put condition. Condition like element, assume it as element, and we have to put condition like element greater than 4. And let's see what we are getting. We should get 4. Like index of 5 is 4, right? So yeah, we are getting 4. So here you see that here, whatever you are seeing here, this is one function. This is one function. Later on, we'll read about functions, but this is one function, right? So now what you need to learn? You need to learn that we have method like find index, and with this method, we are able to find index of any particular value, correct? So you have to remember that yes, there is one function, and later on you will, if you are aware that there is this method exists, you can, like by practice, you can do that task. You can search this one, like in Google, you can search this one. But you should be aware that these methods are available. Okay, now let's go to the next page. Array modification method. So this is push as the name suggests. This is for pushing like elements, extra elements. You can push extra elements to like array. So here what it is we are doing, we are pushing let array is like array with this is one array, and here we are pushing 3 and 4, and we are getting this. That's it. And pop is for remove the last element from an array. The last element, if we use this pop and inside this one, we don't need to give any argument. So here we'll be getting and the last element will be removed, right? Unshift. Add one or more elements to the beginning of an array. To the beginning of an array, it will add one or more element. So there it is. Array is like 2, 3. With unshift, we want to add 0, 1, and it is adding 0, 1. So here you see console log array. Like we will get this value inside our browser. So you can pause the video and you can check this out, right? You can check this out inside the browser. Shift removes the first element from an array and returns it. Okay. So like here we have used array.shift and array.shift removes the first element from an array. It will remove the first element, this one. Okay. And we'll be getting this one. So now let's see splice. So a splice, there will be like at least two arguments, start and delete count, and we can put items also. So how it works? So splice is used to add or remove elements from at any position in the array. So start is like index to a start, and delete count is like number of items you want to delete from that index, starting from that index, and items element to add. This items is optional. There is no need to put items if you want to delete only. Like here I have used examples like one array is there, remove two items from index 1, right? Index 1 is from 2, and array.splice index 1 remove two items, like these two items remove, and it will like change the original array, and the array became this. Now again I want to add some element to this array. So insert elements at index number 1. Index number 1 is this 4. So what I did, like array.splice 1, start with index number 1, delete 0. Like this time I don't want to delete any item. That's why delete is 0. But I want to add. I want to add what? A and B. So one condition is this: after 1, index start from here. So here like it is 1, index 1. This one is 0, 1, 2, and 3. So here I put these two items and the array became this. This is what splice is. Now reverse. Reverse is like simply reverse the array. Whatever item is there, reverse it. Like array to reverse, and it will reverse like 3, 2, 1. Another is short. It shorts the array, like it arranges the array. So default is like by default, like if you don't pass anything inside this array, like inside this short method, then it will by default it will pass numerically. Like if you put it like alphabetically and numerically, it works. I'll show you. So here it is 10, 1, 5, but it is not like here how it works. It will check the number, like first number. Here it is 1. Out of these two, it took the 1, the smaller one. But again, it will check if what is the number, the first number. Like if it is with one digit number, then we will get the correct one. But with the two digit number also, it will check the first number only. Here it is 1 is smaller, so it took the 1. And then 5 is bigger, so it took 5, like it put 5 later. It checked the first element only. It is not like counting the total value of it. It took this first number. So So if we want to take like if you want to work it like numerically properly, then we should pass one function with a and b argument and a minus b, then it will work. Let's see the example with string also will be we will check. Let string array equal to a k b c, and we'll short this out. Tr array dot short, right? And now we'll console.log str array. But we will we will put it in arranged way. Now let's see. We put the short method and see what we're getting. And here you see after short we're getting it arranged way, A, B, C. Like put another thing, some more like F, Z, X, and C now. Here also you see the A, B, C, F, X, Z. It rearranged again. So, but for the numbers also it will work. But what happens is that if we put something like A, G, Z, Z, or Z, A, that time let's see what happens. So again it took A, it checked the first one. Like A, if it will check only the first value instead of that string. If it is like in alphabetically, if it comes first, it will put in first position. That's it. It won't check the second one. It is same for the number also. It is same for the number also. Like number array was already there, but it is arranged. I don't want to mess around with this one. Let's create another one. Like no need to create one. I have shown you. I have shown you here. Like here, you see that it will check the this one, and the one is smaller. But if one digit, it will always put the one digit at the first position. That's it. The next page, fill. Fill start value, start, and fills all or part of an array with a static value. So here what we have what it has done, like start index we have given is 1. So here index, this is index 0, this is index 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and end index. So what we have given, start with we'll fill with the value 0 starting from index 1 up to index 3. But when we put the index 3 up to, it will exclude that. It will exclude that index 3, and up to that it will update the value. So here it is what it has done. It has updated like 2, 3, and this position is left after that, but it won't include this one. It is like less than that. It works like this way. Okay. And copy within target, start, and end. So, and one more thing here, like for the fill one, here you see question mark. Question mark is for it is not necessary. If it is like if you go here, check this one. Uh, we want to fill like short array is okay. After short, what we'll do, string dot fill. We want to fill what with a. We want to fill this str array with fill a. Like every field we want to be. If we don't give this like start and end, it will replace the all fields with a. This one, whatever value we have given. So here you see we are getting A for everyone. But if we give some index like 3 up to 5, you see it will update only 3 up to 5, right? 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, it will exclude the last one. Like up to that 5, less than 5, like that. Okay, so fill is clear. Copy within. Copy within, what does it do? Copies part of the array to another location within the same array. It is like if we want to shift some of the thing. So here we will show it with examples. Here what is there? One array is there, array of number. Copy within method we have applied. We want to copy, like from where we want to update. We want to update from one index number 1. As you know, this one is 0. In programming, index starts with 0, 1. This is 2. This is 3. And this is 4 index, right? From index 1, from here to we want to update. And what we want to update? We want to update. This is the target. 1 is the target. Here we want to update, right? At one position. And what we want to update? Like 3. Start from 3 position. And end is not there here. End is optional. So when start is there, end is not there, that means it whatever it is after that it will take. After that 5 is there, it would take the 5. So what it has done? So it took this 4 and 5 and it placed this 4 and 5 at the index of 1, right? 1 here it put 4 and 5 and it replaced this 1 and 2 because there are two values after that, right? So copy within works this way. And like another type of methods are for checking purpose. These are very easy. Array, like if array, we will check if the array is array or not. Is array? If it is a string, it will give false. If it is array, it will give true. Like maybe number or something, it will give false. And length is like for measuring the length, the like how many values are there in that array. That is length. That's all about array. And we will see the comparison. And this is for revision purpose. Push method is to like add to end. At the end, we want to we can push value. Pop is for remove from end. Unshift is add to beginning. Unshift we can connect it with the push. Push is like adding value at the end, and unshift is for adding value at the beginning. Shift remove value from the beginning. Splice add or remove from an index. Reverse an array. Short an array. Fill replace values, and copy within that. Now only I have shown copy elements within the array. So this was all about the array. So I hope you understood about array, and for any question regarding the array, please like don't hesitate to ask in the comment section. I will reply. Objects in JavaScript. Object is one of the important data type in JavaScript. So let's see what object is. So you have seen the string data type, you have seen array data type, and now we'll see objects. Also, you have seen the numbers, as the number suggests, these are numbers only, and null, undefined, all that. Now coming to the objects. Here you see the object. Object is like you declare an object. We take one variable with let and person, and we have given the details of the person. Here you see inside this block, we have name, like what is the name of the person and actual name. This is the key, and this one is value. What is the age? Like key is age. We are mentioning that we want age. Age is 25. This is the value. And greet, we want to greet him. Hi, I am so and so name. And we put a function. So here you see in object we provide key and value, key and value, key and value, and it may extend, right? This is what object is. And we can we can get the value of the what of the keys inside, like name. We want the name. We can just we console log we person dot name. We got the name. Person dot greet, call the function, and we get this. Hi, I am Elias. Okay. So you see, this is what object is. Now we will see the methods of objects, like the array and the string. You have seen there were many methods. The object is also having some methods, and these are important. The first one is creating a new object. Object.create creates a new object using another object as prototype. So here, like another object as prototype. So what is prototype? Prototype is like object, every object. So every object is connected to another object. In JavaScript, it is called every object is connected with other object. Like if we take one object, if we go backward, here you see that person and we have taken this object, right? This one. So here, one second. So here we have we took this object, we have created this object, but this is one object, right? This is one object. That means it is connected with object prototype. Like this object is having some methods, right? So this object, while we are having that method, we are accessing this object like with method. So this object itself is an object. It is confusing, right? Like, let's go to the another page. Here you see object as prototype, using another object as prototype. So here what is happening, we are getting the method, we are getting this object of create method. We are creating this method to create function. This create function, from where this create function is coming? This create function is coming from object prototype. Object, that object itself, object prototype, from object prototype it is coming. So that is what prototype is. The value, the methods that we are getting from this object. So this is connected with object. That's why we are getting this method dot create, dot assign, dot keys, like that. Okay. So creates a new object, this object dot create. If you don't understand our prototype right now, like fully, don't worry. You just go with the flow and you see that what are the methods the object is having. And later on, by practicing the by practicing and by going through step by step, we will understand the things. And it is not if you don't understand anything, you stop it here. No, you just continue and mark it that you are not getting it right now. It is little like as a beginner, it is like it does not enter our mind. The computer has the way computer understand is different. That's why I am saying I understand that how computer is understanding, but you may not understand that. Okay. So here you see that we have taken animal and we put one function. This is the key function name and this is the value of the function. The sound is return, we are getting sound. And the dog, again we have taken one variable and we have created object.create and we pass the animal here. And we pass the animal here. And if we console log dog, like this dog dot speak, this animal is inherited here. This animal we passed here while creating. So it took that dog dot speak sound. Okay. So still, if it is confusing to you, I'll explain. I'll explain to you the prototypes. Wait a second. Wait a second. Desktop. Not this. Just wait a second. Let's open the code VS Code, and I'll explain the prototype more here. explaining prototypes, right? So like if we create object dot create, right? Object dot create. And here we'll be creating an object, and let's here const animal equal to, and here we took one key. This is a key, and one another will be function. This is arrow function, right? Arrow function. We didn't we didn't go through arrow function now, but we will go through arrow function later on. As like assume that this is arrow function. That's it. And return I can animal I can like make sound, right? I can make sound. And while creating, like here, let's take const doc animal object dot create, and here we will pass animal, right? And if you console log dog and see what we're getting, let's open the browser, open the console, and here we got, wait a second, go here, and we got this dog. Okay, we have created this dog dot create. We pass this animal, and here let's do one thing: dog dot name Julie, and now come here, and we are getting dog's name Julie. And if we like dot speak, let's see what we're getting. I can make sound. So what you are getting from this? Console.log dog, and come here now. We are consoling the dog, but while accessing this like dog.speak, we are able to go to this animal. We are getting this animal, right? So this is what prototype is. So here we are passing this animal as prototype. So directly we are not able to see if we are passing the dog. So the object we are getting this, like what object we are getting? We are getting it in this way, like name we are having, and we are having Julie like this, right? We are getting this object like this, but behind this we have this also animal also, right? This speak function is working, like we are also having like this speak return I can make sound. We are having this one also, but like directly we are not able to see. That's why this is called prototype. Here this function, this is prototype. But if you don't pass it here, let's see what happens. If you don't pass it here, now come here, and here what it is, an object prototype may only be an object null undefined. So we have to pass a prototype here. So if you are not passing anything, you just pass object dot prototype, right? And now come here, dog dot speak is not function because we didn't pass it. So now what you see that we are getting this name Julie. So like we must pass the prototype, but if we don't pass the prototype, if we like approach different path, so like here, not like this, if we directly create const dog equal to like this name Julie. So here you see that we are not passing anything as prototype. So here what is happening, we are getting this Julie, right? But you see, when we are creating object like this, automatically object prototype is passed. So what happens when like JavaScript sees that we have this block and we like pass it in this way, that time it automatically creates the object in this way, like this one. In this way, it creates the object dot create and it passes object dot prototype, right? Behind this, it works in this way, and then it assigns the value like this, right? So in this way, it works. I got it. Now let's come to this assign object dot assign. This is another method. So here you see copies properties from one object to another. So it is like we are assigning something. Like here, you see copies property from one object to another. We have taken two objects A and B, name and age, and we have merged it with object dot assign. First, we have taken this empty object and we merged A and B, and finally we got this. That's it. With object dot assign, we got this. Now coming to object dot keys. So what happens? Like returns an array of property names. It will return an array. Like you see, we in an object there will be many keys or one keys, whatever. So if we just want to know that we want the keys only, like name and age, we want this, and we want it in array, then we will apply this method like object dot keys, and we'll pass this object, and we'll get the keys inside this array, right? Now coming to object dot values, like the object dot keys, the same thing happens, but we got the values here. Object dot entries returns an array of key value pair. Here it is like name and name. What is the name? Ali, we get. Then age, we get 21. We get this like the pattern changes. So here we will get one array. Inside this, we will get another array. Like array of array we'll be getting, and the first field of the array will be name, like key, and second one will be value. And object dot has on check if a property exists in the object itself, not inherited, right? It is like has on, and it will check user is the object, and it will check object edge is there or not. True. It won't go to the like prototype. It won't check for the prototype. It will check for this like object if it is having this particular field or not. And object dot set property of sets a prototype to an object. So here what is happening, we are having this object. Forget this base now. First we have taken this object, and object dot set property of this new object, and we pass this base, like we are passing this prototype. Okay, like we are already having an object and we are passing this. It is like this one, like object dot create. Here also we were passing this like as prototype. The animal one we passed it as prototype, but here we are passing it in different way. We are passing it by mentioning the prototype of. Okay, and by like new object or grid, we are getting this like base, and we are accessing this grid. Now object dot freeze make an object immutable, cannot change properties. Like here, if we freeze an object, like this is one object. Okay, inside this block, this is one object, but we freeze this one, and later on, if we want to change the value, we won't be able to change. Like car dot brand Honda, but we got the Toyota only because we freezed it, and we can check if it is frozen or not. So is frozen? Yes, it frozen. It will show that is frozen. Okay, and object dot seal, like this freeze. Another object is seal. So seal is like we can't add new value. It prevents adding or deleting properties but allows changes. Like here in the freeze, you have seen that we were not allowed to change the value, but here in object.cs we are not allowed to add or delete, but we are allowed to change the value. Like here we have title JS, and we want to change it to JavaScript. It will be allowed to do. But if you want to add new field like book.author, it won't allow, right? Object.is sealed, we will check if it is sealed or not. It will show true or false, whatever. Object.prevent extensions prevents adding new properties. Okay, here, like phone, this is the phone, and the color, if you want to add new field, black, not added, it won't add. It is like this one, object.seal one, right? It is like this one, adding one, we were not able to add. Okay, and here we are not able to like add new properties. Okay, object is extensible. Let's check if property is extensible. Like here, this one, what we have done, extension, prevent extensions, and we'll check if it is extensible or not. Object or define property adds or changes a property with settings. This is one empty object different property, object x value 10 writable false, console.object.x, we got 10. Add or changes a property with settings. So here, like what we have done with settings, like we provide the value 10, and writable we make it false. Like if we want to like change here, what happened if we change the value to 20 but it didn't change, like it allowed, but at the same time we were mentioning that yes, we are allowing, we are giving the value of x to 10, but we are not allowing to change this one. This is fixed. So this is defined property, object.defined property. Object.get on property descriptor, this one is for describing the property. So here, if we like object.get, if we console log with object.get on property descriptor, it will describe like this. It is if it is writable or not, and other things or properties of that particular object. It will describe if it is writable or not. Like sometimes we may check that why this thing is not happening, why the value is not changing. For that purpose, we can check this one. So this was all about object we have covered. We have covered object.create, object.assign, object.keys, object.values, object.entries, has on, set property off. So these are the methods that you need to like practice, and you need to understand that while building logic, like sometimes you will feel that yes, I have to do that, but if you remember that particular method that you can apply here, then it will be easier for you. Okay, so this was all about the object. Functions. Functions in JavaScript. Function is one of the important thing is JavaScript. Like you have seen variables, you have seen let, const, where, and also you have seen string, arrays. Like this one, function is one of the important, very important thing is JavaScript. So why functions are required and what are the functions? So functions is like we keep something inside block. If you see the example, we have like this one, we kept something inside the block and we want to use that whatever inside that block for some purpose. So like if you write something like if I show, if you go and so here you see that inside this app.js, inside this JavaScript file, whatever you are writing here, it will all these things will be executed. But if you want to prevent this execution, right? If you want to prevent all this execution, that time you need to put all these things inside function. We can do that. Like let's create function. We have to like for function, we have to mention name like function and the name like test or like learn function, and here we will pass everything. So from here, everything we want to pass. Cut it. Control.x will cut and paste it here. And if you go to the browser, here you see nothing is running. So it is empty. So this block, this function, whatever we have taken, this block is not running. If we want to run it, then we have to name the function like learn, and we have to call it in this way. This is called function calling. And if you go there and you see we are getting this. So for this one, if you like put it twice and check, you see we have got this twice. So only by putting all these things inside functions and by calling it twice, we are running this function twice. So this is the beauty of function. To prevent running things or to run it as per our requirement, we need functions. Okay, understood? So now come here. So functions are reusable blocks, reusable. Again, we can use it that I have shown you twice. We are using blocks of code that performs a specific task. So here we put all the code here, but normally function is not created in this way. Function is created for some purpose. Like here you see greet. This is for greeting. Hello and name. And there are two ways to create a function: function declaration and function expression. Function declaration using the function keyword. Function declaration is like we will mention that it is function, like function. First we will mention function and then we will name it, and whatever we'll write it inside this. Okay. And function expression is stored in a variable. Like we will take one variable like const greet, and we will put like function, and this one is for parameter is one will talk later, and we put function, and we can give name or we cannot give name, right? So it is like a function, and after that you can mention a name for that. Okay, like this one also we can do. And no, like sorry for that. So here it is like we have already given the name here, and we have to like give it like function, and we have to create the function. We have given the name here. This greet is only the name. And function expression and function declaration comparison. Syntax, you have seen the syntax. Okay, assigned to a variable. Function expression, function declaration stand alone with function keyword. And hoisted, it is, you see, function declaration is hoisted. And what is hoisted one? What is hoisting? If I have not covered in like while talking about let where const, I will cover. I hope I have covered it there, but not I will cover it again. Don't worry. Just remember that function declaration is hoisted. I have covered. I hope I have covered. Hoisted is like if you hoisted is like function one. I will show what is hoisted. Before that, just cover these two things. Use before initialization allowed. Use before initialization. We can use it before initialization. That is what that is interlinked with hoisted only. Okay. And anonymous function allowed. Yes. No. We can function give a function without giving the name, but here we have to give the name. Like you have seen that function, we have give function, and here we can put the name also here also, but here we can't. We must give a name for this one. uh okay. Okay, now let's okay, this one anonymous function allowed. Okay, now let's see what hoisting is. I have explained. So here I have explained, but again I will explain. So here this one is function, learn function and everything. Remove all this. Create one simple function. Let or like function, name it function, and name it like welcome. Welcome. Return we return a value from function. We can return a value or we cannot return a value. We can just execute calculations. We can do two things. We can return, we may not return. Welcome to me code. Okay, this is one function, like this one is function. What was that function? This was function declaration. Okay, and this one function declaration, this one, and function expression. Now we'll be creating this function expression. Oh, not this. So here function expression, let's create. We have to name it, like we have to assign it to variable, like any function, school program. Okay, and here we will create the function. Okay, we have to give like equal to function, and we will create in this way, return school program is there on 18th. Okay, now I'll show, like, now let's call this call this one school program, call this one, and call this one also, welcome. Now see what we will get. You see, cannot access school program before initialization. We got this error. But if you remove this, like comment this out, and okay, we are returning the value. Instead of returning the value, console log the value, console.log, and here also instead of return, console log the value, console log the value. Now come here, you see we got this welcome to me code. Like this one we got even before initialization. Like we called the function later, but we created the function later, we called it first. So here we are not getting any error. But for this one, you see we got this welcome to me code, but here we are getting reference error. You cannot call it before initialization. That's why it is called hoisted. This one is hoisted one even before initialize, before creating the function. We are able to like access the function, but for this one we are not able to access the function. That's why it is like not hoisted. This function one, okay, function, this function one is hoisted. Okay, function declaration is hoisted. It is not, function expression is not hoisted. Now let's come to the arrow function. Arrow function, shorter syntax introduced in ES6, ECMAScript version 6. So this one is like you have seen that function expression and function declaration. Okay, so it was like it is there also. Now we came up with new idea, that is arrow function. So here you see the arrow function, but here it is shortly explained, shortly written. So like here, like if I want to change this one into arrow function, this one, we need not to put the function name. We just put it here, equal, and this like greater than symbol. And here we will get this like error for calling it before. If we call it after, we won't get this error. School program is on 18th, and you see that this way of calling the function is arrow function, right? Function declaration, function declaration, arrow function. This one is arrow function, and copy this one and school program, just school, and here change it to function. Function and in this way. But what happens if we give a value here? Like if we again give a name, that is not required though. Let's try like give a name like school. Let's see what happens. And here give school. Now come here, you see school is there on 18th and there is no error. So that means you can give a name also for this one, but it will consider this school as name. Okay, it won't consider this. It will consider this one. Okay, parameters and return. You can pass values, parameters, and get results. That's it. Like you can pass. So here, whatever we were giving name. So here you see we can give the parameters. We can pass arguments like A and B. We calculated it. We got this. Okay. So that's it. It is saying the parameters we can pass. Okay. Closures. Closures. Closures is one of the important question that is asked in interview. So this is regarding function. So what is closures? Right? Closures is very important. So in interview, it will ask you tricky questions and closure is one of them. So you need to understand what is closure. Closure is a function that retains access to variables in its lexical scope even after outer function has finished executing. It is tricky one. A closure is a function. It is a function. First of all, remember that it is a function that retains access to variables in its lexical scope even after outer function has finished executing. This is like this. Here we have one function, right? Name is outer. And we have taken one value like count equal to 0. And inside this one, we are returning another function and we name it inner. Simple. Outside one is outer, inside is inner. And we are increasing the value plus plus. That means with plus plus, it will increase the value by 1. And we are returning count. Okay. So here what is happening? This is the function. We have created this function. Okay. With function declaration. And with function expression, we are calling this function and we are name it counter. Okay, and again what is happening, so while calling this function we are getting like it is returning this function, right? It is returning this function while we are calling this counter, like assigning the value. We have created this variable with counter and we call this function. While we call this function, it will execute, and after execution it is returning, again it is returning this function, inner function. Now we got this inner function. Okay, and now if it is returning function, again if you call this one, it is getting 1. Again if you call, it is getting 2. That means it is increasing the value. While what is happening, this while we call this, like while assigning it to counter, we already call this outer function, right? So it has already returned this function and it should not have access. Normally it should not have access to this count value, but it is having access. That is called closure. Okay, so that is called closure. A closure is a function that retains access to variables in its lexical scope even after outer function. So this function, this inner function, is the closure because it has created one environment. Even the outer function is vanished. You see here only outer function is vanished. It returned the inner function, it vanished, but it retained the access to that environment, like for this count variable. This is called closures. That's it. That's it. What is happening? This outer returns inner. Here you see outer returns inner. So outer is vanished. And inner is a closer because it uses variable count from the outer, right? Remembers count even after outer is finished running. Outer is finished running. Outer finished running, but it is remembering the count. And after again you are executing it, it is increasing the value. That's what closer is. The inner function is the closer. Use cases, private variable. This one is private variable. And memoization and function factories. Memoization, I will explain in the next page. Here, let's explain the function factories. Function factory is nothing, a factory. A function which works as a factory for creating another function. That's it. Here you see outer is a factory and it is creating another function. It is returning another function. That's it. A function factory is a function that returns another function, often customized based on parameter. Obviously, we can customize this one later on if you when you will dive into the like JavaScript, you will play around. Okay. Now you see that like another it is returning another function. That's why it is called function factory. Okay. Simply think of it like a factory that builds function. That's it. Now let's go to the next one. Memory. What is like memoization? Memoization. Here we have seen that uses for memoization. Memoization is like here you see it is memorizing the. Here you see the closers was memorizing the count. Okay. So memorization from memorization, this memoization comes. So memoization is the optimization technique that caches the result of function calls so that future calls with the same argument can return the result instantly from memory instead of recalculating. So here without memoization, with examples only you will understand this. So here is without memoization, here is with memoization. First see what is happening without memoization. We have called one function flow square. We have given these arguments n and console.log calculating. We are consoling log calculating and we are returning n into n, right? N into n. And while console log with by providing this like argument 4, we got calculating and we got this return 16, right? Again if you like again call this function, again you got this 16. So what is happening? So it will calculate again, it will calculate again, it will run. But if you do it with memoization technique, that time it won't calculate, right? It won't calculate. It will remember the value from memoization. That is called memoization. And every time you run this one, run this function, it will again go through the whole process of function. But with memoization, it won't go through the whole process. So yes, it is little like to write it one. It looks very easier. Like if you create a function and you call this. But here it looks like different, but it is good for JavaScript. It will consume like it will take less time. So here use that memoize square. We have named memoize square and cache. We have created one object with cache and returning one function. If cache inside this cache n not equal to undefined, it is not equal to undefined. If cache n not equal to n inside this n, the argument we can provide anything. This is the this is the beauty. Like here you can pass anything. This is argument. Like you can change this one. Sometimes here you see it is passed 4. Sometimes it passed 5. So here these arguments you can change. So if you don't get undefined, don't go deep into it. Now you won't understand if you are new. Just see that if it is undefined, it will return cache, and if not, then it will calculate and it will give the result. Okay. So here, okay, no, one thing. from cache and from here, from this calculating. Okay. So here, while you call this, we have created one variable named square. We memorize square. We call this memorize square, and it will return this. It will return this function. Okay, with an argument. Here we will pass 4, and first time it will calculate. Again, if you pass 4 from cache, it will give 16. If you pass another value, it will calculate. But if you give same value, it will give it from cache. So like every time it won't calculate. This is the beauty of memoization. That's what it is saying, that it will pass the value from cache. Okay. So here is the variable. Here is like cache is there, and it will check if the value is there. Then if it will return this. If value is not there, then it will calculate this one. So this is the beauty. The inside this object, we are getting this value. This cache object is retaining the value if the argument is same. Okay, that's it. That's what memoization is. Okay, so this was all about the functions. And for any doubt, please ask in the comment section. I will reply to your comments. Operators and expressions in JavaScript. Now we will see one of the important thing in JavaScript, that is operators. Like in every programming language, we need to do some calculations. We need to add like numbers. We need to add. We need to concatenate string. So how to do that in every programming language? It is different. So here for JavaScript, we will be seeing these operators. So operators is like mathematical operators, say plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus, exponential, and increment, decrement. That all these things we will see. So as the name suggests, these are very simple. Operators are symbols used to perform operation on values and variables. Expressions combine variables, values, operators to compute a result. There are four kinds of operators. There are arithmetic operators. Addition, 5 plus 3, 8. Subtraction, these all these things you can do. Just let's show it to you like how it works. Like let A equal to 10, let B equal to 20. Console.log log A plus B and B and go here. We are getting this 30. If we do like minus, see, we are getting minus 10. So like this way we can do the calculation. Okay, if we do multiplication, and you see 200 we are getting. Okay, 20 into 10, 200. So here you see that whatever we have showed there, it works in this way. So we have shown everything like multiplication, division, modulus. What is the reminder? What will be reminder? Like 3, 7, 3, 2, 6. 1 will be left. This is what reminder is. Modulus. An exponential one. Okay. 2's, if we provide 3, then we will get this 8. Exponentiation, increment, decrement. Okay. If we give plus plus, it will increase the value by 1. So like I will show this increment. This is little different. So here you have this A and B, a value of A and B, and we will create one, like let's create one function. Oh no, let's do it like A plus plus and console log A, and see, we have given A plus plus, then we should get 11, right? Let's see, we are getting 11. Again, if we give A plus plus, What will happen? Let's see. We are getting 12. And if you give b, for the b, we will be giving minus 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 minus. It will, we didn't console log the b. Let's console log b here. And we'll be getting 19. So value is decreased by 1. Okay. So increment and decrement we have seen. Now coming to the comparison operators. So here, if you give this equal to, it will check. It will do the comparison. Like 5, this 5, if it is equal to true. But here with triple equal to, it is giving false. Why? Here you see inside this code, we are providing 5 and we are providing this 5 outside. So here the 5 is string. Inside this code, anything you provide inside this code, it is a string, but here it is number. So here while providing the 3 equal to, that means we are asking for type. Okay. They also match the types. But here we are not matching the types, we are matching the value only. So here it is checking the type and we got false. And 5 not equal to 5, 5 not equal to 5, we are checking. If 5 not equal to 5, we are getting false. That means this not equal to, this is not equal to, this one is not equal to. It is loose and it is strict. Why? Because we will be checking the types also. Here it will check the value only. Like 5, it will it will concentrate on the value only, not that string and whatever. It will check the value, and we are getting false. Why false? Because it is equal to. As per this one, it is equal to 5 is 5, but we are giving condition. If it is not equal to, is it not same? Then it is giving false. No, it is true. And for this one, like when we are giving this 2 equal to, and this one, and we exclamation mark, and we are getting true. That means these are false, right? Greater than 6, greater than 3, true. 3 less than 6, true. Greater than equal to, that means the 5 is greater than or greater than equal to 5. Any condition, if it fulfills any condition, like if it is greater than or equal to, if it is greater than or equal to, it will give true, right? Like I'll show. Uh, okay, like greater than, I'll show the greater than equal to. So here let's give a20. Okay, now console.log b, or b greater than equal to 10. What we should get? Assume b greater than equal to 10. We are getting true. Why? Why we are getting true? Because b is greater than a or equal to. It fulfills either two out of these two, any condition. If any condition is fulfilled, it will give true. If not, if not of any condition is not fulfilled, then it will give false. So greater than equal to, less than equal to, same. If any condition is full out of these two, if 3 is less than 2, no, 3 is greater than 2, we got false. These are the comparison operators. Now coming to the logical operators. Like if we want to check and, okay, and is like, I'll show logical operators. Come here, like and, right? And is like, it will fulfill two conditions. A, here what we'll do, we are getting this from here, we are getting true, like, and console.log, like if we give a greater than equal to or greater than b, what we'll get? For this one we will get true, for this one we will get false, right? True or false we are getting. Now, now here let's do one thing. Copy this one, cut this one, and remove this console log, comment this out, and here we put this and pass it here. Now what you will get? For this one here, this one is true and this one is false. So what we will get? We are getting false. This is what it is. So here what it is saying, it is checking the both the conditions, both the if both the like both this one is true, then only it will return true. Okay, this is what logical operator is. So here this logical operator is like it will check in this way. True and false, it will give false. If both of them is true, it will give true. Okay. Logical or here we did here like it is mistake. It won't be like this. Logical or will be like this. Like this, not this one. Okay. Logical or will be like this. Uh, like this one. Come here. That was one mistake. So here if we give or will be like this. Now come here and it is give it true. This is or this one is logical or is like this one is true but this one is false. Either one of them is true, it will give true. That's it. Either one of them is true. Like if we use this one, uh, this should not be there. Like it is not like exclamatory mark like this one. So for this one, it will give at least one logical. This is called logical or. This one is called logical or. At least one, for at least one, it will give true. Okay. And this exclamatory is like the exclamatory is like here you have seen exclamatory opposites whatever is there, it opposites the thing. Like here equal to is equal to true, but it is oppositing this, the false. It is making it false. Here also it is doing same, right? It is whatever it is there, it reverses that thing. Okay. Operators we have seen. Now we'll see assignment operators. Equal to you have seen while creating the variable we are assigning like value, like let, we are using let, where, whatever. So we are assigning this, and here this plus equal to, if we use this plus equal to, then what will this it will, like this is a shortcut. This shortcut. So this is the shortcut for this. Okay. If you do it like x, so instead of writing this, you can write this like x, and again you are writing x plus 5. So for this one, you can do it like plus equal to 5. And like x minus 2, you can do this. For x into 3, you can do this. For x by 2, you can do this. For modulus x modulus 2, you can do this. For exponential, you can do this. That's it. These are called assignment operators. Okay. So this was all about the operators. And now I will show the operators. Like here, you have seen the operators for like here, as you see here, it is showing for numbers. Most of the things, arithmetic operators are for numbers. And here you have seen comparison operators. But like in string also, if we use operators in string, I'll show you have seen that it is calculating the value a plus b, it is calculating. But what will happen? What will happen if it is a string, right? If it is string, if it is one of them is a string, and let's see what will happen if you do a plus b, and what you will get. Earlier you got 30, now what you will get? You are getting 1020, right? What is happening? So here it is string. So here one is a string and another is number. So this won't come in the theory of calculation. So it is just a string like like 10 or whatever, or it is like ABCD. That's it. It is like ABCD. ABCD 20, like that. If it is number, it won't check. If it is a string, it is a string. If you are sure that it is number, and if you want to check, like if you want to assure JavaScript that yes, it is not, it is inside string, but I want to change it to number, then you can provide plus here. Now it will calculate. Now it will calculate. By this plus, you are assigning that it is not string, it is number. But we can do one thing, parse int, and we will pass this string. If we pass it inside this one, it will remove this quote, and it will pass into an integer. Now also it will calculate. Okay, this is another, these are some methods. So like you will assign this one, you can't assign to any string, like if it is number or something name, like if it is some other characters are there instead of number, then it won't work. It is one, it is given like 21, it has taken this one only, and it won't work correctly. Okay, if you are sure that it is number, then only you do that. Okay, fine. Again, for any doubt in these operators, let me know. I will explain this one for you. I'll try to clarify your doubts. Okay, now let's go to another one. Control structures in JavaScript. See, this one is also one of the important thing. These are very simple. These control structures are very simple. So these are like if else. Like normally, what when we talk, you like condition. If someone says that Rajesh, you are going to school. Please, can you please buy book for me? So what you will say? You'll say that you may say that if I get time, if there is time left, if school I got relieved from school earlier, that if condition, then only I will fulfill that. So like come here and remove all this. Like Ramesh told you, Ramesh told what he told, that bring book after school. Okay, and what you told, you told, what is the condition? You told that if I get time after school, right? Here you said if. So here inside programming we put if, and here we pass the arguments, like pass the time. Time what? If I got time more than 1 hour, right? If I got time more than 1 hour, then only I will bring the book. Then only I will return, I will bring the book. That's okay. So here time is a variable. Let time, if you got time, is like more than 1 hour, like one, more than one. It must be more than one, 1.2, something like that. Then you will give this one, bring this book, or console.log, bring the book. Okay, you will bring the book. So you said that if I get time, I will bring the book. I will bring the book. Or bring the book. You will bring the book. Now let's see here. The time is more than 1 hour. Now you will bring the book. That is correct. But if time is less than 1 hour, like 20 0.2 hour, then you won't bring the book. You see, there is nothing. So you won't bring the book. So this is the condition. This is if. That's it. That's what if is. It fulfills some condition, and If that condition is fulfilled, then only it will run this block. And you can give another conditions. Else. Else what will do? Console.log don't bring book. So now every time you will get console log. You will bring the book, and if you time is less, it will run this condition. Okay, don't bring book. Two condition. This is called what if else is. If else is, and in between this you can put two conditions. Two condition is like if time is more than 1 hour, bring the book. Else, if again we can give another condition. If else if inside this if you can put like time if uh, time is greater than 1 hour, if its time is greater than point 0.1, okay, if its time is greater than point 0.1, console.log what you will do if time is greater than 1 or greater than like 9, like you won't buy the book, but you will what you will do, collect info about the book, you will collect info. So here if it is greater than 9, like 9 8 something like that, so here you will get is collect the info. So here I have shown you that if condition is there, and if else is there, and else if in between you can give more conditions. That is what else if is. So in JavaScript, like here you see that here I have given examples, if else if. So here is like age is 20, if age is greater than 18, age equal to greater than 18, console log adult. If else if we have given in between condition, like if age is greater than 13, greater than equal to 13, then it is teenager. If for other condition it is child, okay, he or she is child. These are control structure if else if we have seen. Now let's give like let's see the switch is like a switch case. So here you provide switch, and here you provide one argument, and inside this block is there, and case 1, case 2, and case 3, something like that. And by default you can see, you can show it like that. It is like if else only, but it is another way to write it. Like switch day, you like take one variable, you pass it here. The day is 3, case 1, console log Monday, case 2, console log Tuesday. So here, like here, case 1 is like here we pass, if it is case is 1, like if this one is value is 1, then we'll show Monday. If it is 2, we'll show Tuesday. If it is like not out of these, if it 3, it not condition case is not mentioned, then we'll show another day. That's it. Switch case. And coming to the loops. So loops are like for loop, while loop, and do while loop. There are 3 loops. Okay. As the name suggests, this runs multiple times. These are not like if else. If else runs one time, and loops runs multiple times. Okay. So like it is like I will show how does loop works. Okay. Loops. Looks. Loops, sorry, loops, not loops, loops, and loops. What are the loops? For, while, do, while. Okay. First, we'll cover the while loop. while loop. So while loop is like putting one condition, and it is like if you take the example of punishment in military. So the commander told the trainee or the junior that you will run from this point to that point until I say stop. Okay, like this. So it will run multiple times until, or it says that you will run, you will continue running until it is 100. Let count equal to 100. Okay, and let's do it like less. I'll show that's why like 10. Let's count is 10. And while count equal to, or count is, if it is count is uh, less than equal to, not less than or equal to 10, it will run this while loop. And every time you reach that pole, you will shout, I reached. Right? So here what will happen? It will run this one 10 times. Okay? No, not like while. Yes, here the value is, if it is count is less than 10, it will continue running. What happened? An issue. Let's not like this. It is not like here. Let's do it. A count is 1. Every time you reach there, you will count and will increase the value of count by 1. Okay. Now let's see. Some issue is there. Come here. Let's open inspect. So here what is happening? Every time he reached, and you see count 10 times it is run. If he reached, it is shouting, I reached, I reached, I reached. Like this. Okay. So come here. Let's see it here once. So here what is happening? Until it fulfills that condition, it will, like until it fulfills this condition, like this count is less than or equal to 10, it continues to run. We will give one condition, and if it fulfills, then it will run continuously. It is running. You see, we didn't told to run it multiple times, but it is running continuously. This is what while is. And what is do while? Do while is nothing. You just provide do here. Okay. Do while. No. First do. We have to pass do first. Do, then while. Do and while is like, assume that here it is 10 only, and remove this. While will run, remove this, and if you see what we are getting, I have reached, we are getting it once. But if it is 11 out of this condition, what will happen? We won't get anything. We are not getting anything, right? So like this is what while is. It will check the condition, then only it will run. First it will check the condition. But if do is there, console.log, I reached. And here you see that it will check the condition. It will check the condition later. First it will run. So do while in do what is happening? Like if you give it 10 here, let's see. Mm-hmm. Wait a second. So here, like we are getting error, like it is taking time to run because while writing the JavaScript code, here console log count. Let's remove the count first. Let's do it one and first do it one, give counting. Okay, no problem. Uh, Come here. Stopped. It is not running. Oh, like let's run now. Some issue I got. Wait a second. Do while link. Oh, okay. Sorry, I like mistaken here. In do while loop, I should not put it like here. I did one mistake. So here I should not give this condition. Okay, so here I modified this one. That's why like, I put it here. Just copy this one and paste it below and comment this out. We have seen the while and do while will be like you put it like this only. We need not to place it here. So now I'll show the like what are the like what out of this like in this two what are the different things and when should we use this one like count plus plus. So here you see that not this. Let's open it. So here inspect, go here, and here also you would see that I reached running 10 times. I reached and here name it. I reached, I reached do while and for this one while and while also will run, but here let's do one thing. Take one variable, name it like count to equal to like 1 and it will be let not lot, and here we'll be using count 2, otherwise it will mix. So count 1 is for do while and count 2 is for while. So here you see that two are the same condition, having the same condition, and result will be same. Then why are we using these two things? There is a reason. If count is 10, already count is 10 and already count is 10 for this two. Now what do you think? We will get the same result? Let's see. We are getting the same result, right? But if we increase to 11, at that time you see that if it is going out of this condition, like if it is less than or equal to 10, it is not equal to 10, it is greater than 10, then it should not run this one, and this one should not run. Let's see. But it is running the do while loop. Why? In do while loop, what happens that it won't check the condition at the beginning. If it is out of the condition, then also it will run. This is what do while is. Do while would not check the condition, but while will check the condition even for the first time. This is the difference between do while and while. Okay. And for loop, what happens? Like we have taken this count and everything, but here we can do everything here. Like we can declare the variable like count 3, okay, equal to let's give it 1 and put the condition like count less than or equal to 10. Okay, less than equal to 10, count not count, count 3, less than, let count, count 3, less than equal to, sorry, equal to 10. Okay, and count 3 plus plus plus. Everything that we have done here like this, count plus plus, everything we'll be mentioning here. And here we'll just console log count 3. Okay. And console log not count 3, like I have or I reached 4 for loop. I reached 4 is running 10 times. Okay. So this is the beauty. Like in for this one, we by this condition we put everything here plus condition and variable. We declare everything inside this for and we ran it. So as per our requirement and as per your feasibility, you can any one of them. So it is not like you have to use for this particular thing, this particular loop for one particular thing. No, the JavaScript, not only JavaScript, every programming language gives you many options. Out of these, you create your own creativity, right? So here, out of these three, you can use anything as per your requirement. Now, I hope you understood these three, like for loop, while loop, and do while loop. You understood, okay? Now, okay. So this was all about control structures in JavaScript. If else, you have seen. If else, else if switch statements, you have seen. You have seen loops. Now coming to DOM manipulation. What is DOM? And DOM, what is DOM manipulation? DOM manipulation is one of the important thing, the practical thing that you are going to use in JavaScript. DOM manipulation is very, very important. So I'll show some DOM manipulation practically. Okay. So if you have gone through HTML, I hope when you reached up to JavaScript, you must have gone through HTML. So here ID, you have seen that every element you can declare ID once. ID is the unique ID, and there is class, class, and like you also class and everything. While using CSS, you uh, declare the class as dot. Okay, so you have gone through this. Now I'll show like how DOM manipulation works. So here for DOM manipulation, I'll remove all these things and I will go to the index.html and I will disconnect this app.js and I will code it here. Inside this script, we can code the same thing that you used to code with the connected app.js. So here you see that we have hello world, but we want to change the value of hello world to any other thing. So here let's give one ID. I assume that you have gone through this HTML ID and class and all these things. So here ID, let's give it like intro. And here intro, I have given intro and I want to manipulate this one. Hello world, I want to manipulate this one. For this one, what we'll do? First of all, I will identify this. So there is called document dot get element by ID. Get element by ID and here. So here you see that get element by ID and everything. These are the methods that this document provides us. So what is document? Document is like whatever you see inside this body. Inside this body, whatever you see, these are documents. So documents use when you write this document, you see many things here. You see many things, the default things that you see here. Okay. So these are things that document provide us. So here we'll be manipulating these documents, this DOM. So document dot get element by ID, and we'll be providing the intro. Okay. After that, if we again put dot, you will see again you are getting many things. Okay. So here we want to change the value of this hello world to, for this one there is one property is inner HTML and equal to, if you give equal to and you pass what you want to write. Like I want to write welcome to me code. And now if we go there and you see we got this welcome to me code, that hello world is vanished. This is what is DOM manipulation. We manipulate the DOM. So whatever is there, we manipulate it. This is what DOM manipulation is. And there are very many other ways, like here I have shown that like get element by ID, but there are get element by class name. Okay, class name we can give with class name also we can call this one. Like here, h1 hello world is there, and here you see the get elements here instead of element. Here is elements. Here for the ID one there is one, but for the elements it is elements s because class name can be multiple. ID cannot be multiple. So here take another h1 tag and hello world, welcome, hello world, welcome to JavaScript course 2025. And here give class name, class, give class like uh, intro. Okay. And here also give one class intro. And here you see that ID is intro, class is intro, no problem. Once ID is intro, you can't declare ID same ID to this one. You can declare the with the same name to class. Okay, no problem. For this class name, document you get element by class name, and if you pass this class like intro, and that time you see here inner HTML is not available because when you use documents dot get elements by class name, instead of this it provides an array. Like if you pass, like I'll show, while passing this ID it is not s, and here elements is s. So here like let uh, document dot elements like class elements equal to this, and let id element equal to, and from here remove this because we are declaring a variable, and here let's provide s, and we'll be consoling log both console.log id, and we'll provide the id element, and console.log classes, and we'll provide the class element. And here if you like go here you see no, not here, inspect, go here, and here you see hello world, we got this id, and hello world, why we are getting this hello world, inner html, no sorry, inner html, remove the inner html, and here you see we got this id and we got this one. But when the classes, for the classes you see we got like for the classes we got array. This one is array. Here you see html collection, and here you see two items, and you see the items inside array. So here you see we are getting two collection, but here we are getting only one collection, right? And now you may assume that there is one id only. Yes, you can pass only one id with the same name. But if you pass it mistakenly like twice, what will happen? Let's see. If you pass id to this one also same id, and now come here, and here you see it, though it is not giving error, but instead here we are not getting like array. We pass the id, same id to the to different elements, but here instead of this we are getting the like one id, one element, not two like this one. It will get the first one. Okay, though it is not showing error, but we must not use id twice. It won't if you use, then it won't work properly. Now coming to the elements, here you are getting two elements. So now if we want to change the here intro class, you are getting this hello world and you are getting this element. Now if you want to change the text of any one of them, so here you have to mention like like remove console log, like comment this out. If you want to change the value of this one, so this is one array, right? So it will be class elements, and uh, we will access the value of that array by index. So first one is 0, second one is 1. So we will be like 0 if you give class name 0. And now if you put dot, you will get all the values like inner HTML. And here for the 0, we will type like welcome to me code. Now save, come here, and here you see we got this welcome to me code. But here if you give 1, what will happen? 1, 1, you will get this. This one is changed. Welcome to me code. The second one is changed. Okay, it took by the one index, it took the second one. So this is called DOM manipulation. The whatever is inside this body, we are manipulating this one. This is what DOM manipulation is. Like this way, we can manipulate. Like there are many things you can manipulate. You can create games. You can create calculators by manipulating this. So for this purpose, only JavaScript came. And whatever we have seen, variables, functions, these are big things. But the manipulation you see for the functions, everything will be using for this manipulation. Like, like how I'll show. So uh, for other manipulation, I will show. Like let's take one like paragraph. Paragraph inside this, like this is important paragraph that can be visible with a click of button, right? And what we'll do, we will style it, and we will like do it like visibility or display. We'll do like to display to none. We'll do it like display to none. Okay. So if you save it here, you won't be able to see this paragraph, right? But here, what we'll do, we will give one button, and by clicking there, we want to make it visible, like button and click, or like magic, right? Magic here, and here inside this button, we will get like on click, like one click, there one load and one load start is all these things properties are there for giving event. Or one more thing we can do, like I give ID to button, ID, like give ID like magic button, okay. And here what we'll do, we will document dot, we will access the button first, get element by ID, and we will do it like magic button. And here after that we can do like add event listener. We can add event to it. What event? Like there are many events we can pass, like click. Okay, click event we will pass. After that we will get one function. We can place the function here. This is called callback function. This one is called callback function. We will go into that later on. So it is like we if it is like if it is clicked here, if you click it here, you will run this function. So inside this function, what we'll do, first of all, we'll access this one, this paragraph tag. Here also we'll give ID is like give paragraph, and here what we'll do, document dot get element by ID, and we'll pass the ID paragraph dot style. We'll pass style. Okay, style dot display equal to, we will write block and save, and come here, you see magic, click it here, you see you got this is the magic. This is what JavaScript is. You see, it is giving life to your web page. This is what DOM manipulation is. Okay, so this is what DOM manipulation is. Later on, like at the end of this complete video, I will uh, create some projects so that you will understand better what DOM manipulation is, and other things will be applied properly, so that it will be very easy for you to understand and like practice JavaScript, and you will understand better what JavaScript is through DOM manipulation. Now this is one like introduction to DOM manipulation. Okay, later on we will see more about DOM manipulation. So here, event listeners, like I have shown. Okay, this was all about DOM manipulation. And as I told, later on, while creating the projects, we will see more about DOM manipulation. ES6 features of JavaScript. Now we will see some important ECMAScript version 6 features. Not only 6 plus features. ECMAScript version 6 came in 2015, and in that version we have seen major changes, and that changes made our life very comfortable with some important changes of JavaScript. So now we will see most of the features of ECMAScript 6 plus. So destructuring is one of them. So unpack values from arrays or objects. So here what like I will show, like you won't understand by this. I will show with examples. Let's open VS Code. So let's come here. Open VS Code, and let's remove uh, let's remove this, and connect app.js, and here we'll be coding. So like if you have an array const, like name it number array, num array equal to 1 2 3 4, right? So here what is happening? So also take one object. I will show it both. Take one object. uh let's come here, and here let's take two values, and take one object const, like object equal to, here let's give a key name, make code, and type educational. Okay, and now we will see one by one. So for the array, what we can do, like if you want to access the value of this array, like one of them, so here is one. So what you want is, like you want to take one variable like let, and you want this value from here, like let a equal to num array, and you will do 1, like this, right? Not 1 0. Here 0 is the index. So 0 is the index because 1 and 2. So here is 0 and here is 1. So index is 0 and index is 1. So if you like console log this one, console log a, you will get 1, right? You will get 1. You are getting 1. And if you console log, like here, if you give 1, you will get 2 for this second value. So like you are taking one variable like this, you are calling that variable let, and you are calling it in this way. But instead of this, and like there is a need for b also, and you will name it like num array and then 1 index 2. Okay, so you'll be getting 1 and 2. If you console log a and b, you will be getting 1 and 2. So 1 and 2. So instead of this, what you can do, you can just declare it like this, a and b, and you can directly call the array like num array. Just remove this, and you can directly call it like num array. From num array, if you call it in this way, this a will be considered for this one, b will be considered for this one. So in the end, you will get this 1 and 2, right? This is called destructuring. So instead of writing like 2 or 3 lines of code, you are just writing it in one line. Even if there is like more values, you will manually you will be like uh, declaring that variable with a b c one by one. Instead of this, you can directly call it here. If it is 4 here, 4, and you will directly give c, and you can access this. You can call this one like this. So this is called destructuring. Okay. And now for the object one, we'll see for the object one. Now for this was for array, and let's take it from here and come here. We'll see for the object one. So here also it is like same. So it is like you call the key name like name age, and you will get this. So let's see this one also with practical. Like here, if you take variable with let or const, you just call it in this way, like name and type equal to object. Okay, and directly you can call this one like name. If we console log name and put the name here, you will see that you are getting the name me code. So what is the benefit of this? But what is the benefit of this? So the benefit is that like like if you want to call it like if you are not declaring it in this way, what you will do? If you are not declaring it, you want this value me code, you only want this one. So for this one, what you will do? You will do like object, not object, this obj dot name, and you will see that we are getting this, right? So you are calling in this way. Instead of this, we can directly declare the variable. We can call this like with this name, we can declare it in this way, const name and type equal to object, right? So fine. So now let's go to the another one. This is called destructuring. Now let's see spread and rest operators. Spread expands and rest operator collects. So these are same like spread operator and this rest operator. These are same, but use is different. As per the use case, we will be identifying if it is spread or if it is rest. So what is happening is that spread operators is like it will remove these blocks like this bracket. It will remove this, and it will give that value inside this whatever is there. So like whenever here you see that array 1 is declared with this one number of array 1 2, and array 2, inside this one we call this spread operator. That means these brackets are removed, and we got like empty like 1 and 2 here, and we call this 3, and it became new array. That's it. It happens for object also. It happens for object also. So I'll show. Let's come here, and you see there are two like array is there, object is there, and num array and object. Here, what we will do, we will consider another num array 2 equal to. So here we will call the spread operator and put the num array, and you will see we got the same value. Console.log num array 2, right? Num array 2, you get the same value of num array, because here what we are doing, by this spread operator, it is removing this block, and we are getting inside this one. It is removing this bracket and this bracket, and we are getting this one. And again, after this num array 2, we are putting this, that bracket we are putting again, and it became the same, right? That's it. From here, it is removing this bracket, and here we are putting it same. So after that, we can add more values like 5 or 6, like this. So you see, we got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now what we'll do, we will do it for the object also. Const object 2 equal to, here we'll put that like bracket, and inside it we'll be putting that object, and then we'll put some more values like subs 1.8, 1.8k. Right now, if we console.log object 2, and you will see we are getting this. We are getting name, type, and subs. This one. So by this spread operators, like if assume that there was no spread operator, then what you have done? So there was like you must have used that push value. Like assume that there is no spread operator. Then what we will do? You want this num array 2. Then what you will do? Like for even then you can change this one with like this, like num array 2. Here we'll comment this out, and what we'll do, like num array dot push, and we'll be pushing the value of like we'll be pushing 6, 7, and but also it won't give another, it won't give new array, it will change there and go here, and you see we got this. It also, we have done this, but it also changed this one, right? The original array. So we didn't want that. We want another copy of array, and there we want changes. So like in this way, the spread operators helps us, like with small line of, like with less line of code, we did this one. So okay, so this is the benefit of using spread operator. And like for the object one, like for array we used push, but for object what we'll do, like remove this one. For object, if spread operators is not there, then what we'll do, object dot no. So what we'll be doing, object dot no. For adding new values, what we should have done, like object, we should be given object, and we have to give like name of the field, like subs, right? We have to give the name, and equal to we should be giving 1.8, whatever the value is, right? And now if we console.log object, you'll see that we are getting this subs and all. By this way, we are adding the new value, but also like it is changing the original like object that we didn't want. Instead of this, like we want a new reference, a new object. So here, for here we have used spread operator, and it was working fine. Okay, so this is what spread operator is, and now let's see template literals. Template literals are like these are very useful for DOM manipulation. So for DOM manipulation, uh, like how we declare strings. We declare a string like let's take one string equal to welcome to me code, right? And now we will console log this one, console.log str, and you will see welcome to me code we are getting. But after that, we want to show the year, right? Dynamic year. Like here it is showing, but we want to show dynamic year. Like uh like we want to show it in dynamic way. Like let year array equal to 2025, 2025, 2026, 2027, right? So we want to show it dynamically here. Like if we put one array, not array, array method like year dot for each and year, and this year we want to, if we like here we will console log str, right? Or like you directly do like welcome to me code. So here this is a string. Inside this string we can't put the dynamic value. Like year, if you put dynamic value inside it, year, you will see it won't take. It is working as string only. So inside this string, any variable or anything we were not able to put before this literals, template literals. Okay. So here instead of this, what we'll do, we will remove this and this, and we'll put backtrack. So here you see this is different. This is not like single quote. It is backtrack. It is, you will get it above the tab button of computer and on the left side of one. This backtrack. And inside this, what you can do, you will put a dollar sign and you will put second bracket, and inside this you can put a variable. And now you see the year shows in different color, and it is a variable now. It is dynamic value. So inside this string we put some variable. This is what the benefit of template literal. Okay. Now remove this. Now you console log and see the welcome to me code 2025, 26, 27. So inside this string dynamically we put a variable. Okay. So this is template literal. Default parameters. So inside function earlier we used to put arguments like name, but if we don't put the argument, we must have got errors. But here, to avoid that, we can directly put like one default parameters. Like if name is not given, we will take guest as the name. This is what default parameter is. Now let's go to the next page. Let and const earlier we have discussed. Let and const was not there before ES6. So this was introduced in ES6, ECMAScript 6. Arrow functions also we have discussed. Arrow functions also added like ECMAScript in ECMAScript 6. For of loop, we didn't see that. We have seen for. So for of loop is like this is introduced in ECMAScript 6. So here we will see what it is. So come here, and this is one array, num array, right? We will work with this num array. Before that, let's comment this out. Or we can work with this year array also. Let's take the year array. So like for, so earlier with the help of for, what we if we want to run every year, what we did, what we used to do is like for let I equal to 0, I less than year array dot length, and then I plus plus. Okay, and then we'll console log will show the year with this way. We put the index here. So here with this like this way, with the help of for loop, we used to run in this way. If we want to run every single year, then we used to run in this way. You'll see like 2025, 26, 27. But there is like for of loop. Okay, for of loop. So here you see that like syntax of it. We take const num of, so whatever, like I'll show num or, so here it is like this is the for loop, and for of loop is like you take for const I of, we'll take I only, I of, we'll take the year array, and instead of I like symbolizes as index, so we'll take element of year array, and we can directly console log the element. So here you see that what we did many things, like we declared I equal to 0 and then year dot length and plus plus. But here just you take one variable, you are directly getting the element. You need not to index it. You not to put index here like we are putting a year array and then index. No, here directly element you are getting. So remove this one, like comment this out and come here, and you see we're getting same value. So this is what like for and off loop. This is for, and here we are using off. That's why it is called for of loop. For of loop. Now promises is like handles asynchronous operations. We will show it later in detailed way. We will see the promises. As of now, just you like remember that promises was not there earlier. It was introduced in ES6 plus version. It may be in ES6 or later, and we'll see it later on. But I am just for like brief introduction. I'll let me explain it. Asynchronous is like I should I like see you are in browser, like, and there may be some operations that may take time, like you are in a browser, and in whenever you are in JavaScript or in any other programming language, you will give call sometime to another endpoints of internet, like you may want data from another website, like you want from Google, you want like their data, like give me some data. So from here you will give a call to through like these are called API. You give a call to API, and from there the Google will send data to you, right? So it may take time. It may take time, right? So like you are not sure, even you are not sure that if you will get the get data or not. So, but here for calculations and everything, you know that this will happen. If I do it like plus plus or for loop or whatever, you'll see that this will work. This will work suddenly, but immediately it will work. But for this one, you don't know. It will take time. So whenever like taking of time comes, that time this system, like this is called async operation. This is not sync because you don't know when the data will come. Data may not come. You may get errors. So this is called asynchronous operations. So later on we'll see more about that. Promises will I'll be explaining everything, and you will like it will be clear in you what is promises and other asynchronous things are there. So for now, just remember that promises was added later. ECMAScript 6 plus versions. Modules in JavaScript. What is modules? Import, export. Let's see practically. So this is app.js, right? Assume that your website is so long. Like here, even here, you see that we are having everything, and these are making some confusion. Here we took number array. Here we took object. If you you want to destructure it like template letters we want to show in another JS, and like num array, this will like destructuring you want to show in another place. Then the like modules came in function. So module is like you create another let's create another name, like let's name it anything like the structure dot js, and inside this we'll be putting this structure. Here we'll be putting this, and let's go to app dot go to index.html, and now here you have to mention this is module, type is module. Okay, you have to mention that type is module, and come to app.js and come here. Instead of console log here, we'll remove it from here. Console log, we'll be exporting that object. We'll be exporting this. So here is num array object, const name object. Okay, this object 2 is final thing to us, so we'll be exporting object 2. We'll be exporting export object 2. We can export it, right? We'll export object 2. We can import this object 2 inside this. Import object 2 from this structure, right? We are importing it from, you see, destructure.js. So you can put .js. If you don't put, then also it is okay. Now we'll be console logging this object 2 inside app.js. Object 2 inside app.js. You see, it is not here. It is inside. This object 2 is inside this structure, but we imported it here, and if you see, we are getting this. Okay, and you see here it is showing that app.js 4, line number 4, we are consoling log this object 2, and it is not inside this, it is here, and we are able to import this inside app.js. So this is what destructuring is. So there is import and there is export here, right? So now, okay, so these modules I have shown, this is what modules is, and here we are like these are theoretical parts. What are JavaScript modules? Modules are separate JavaScript files that can export and import code, variables, functions, classes. Okay, variables. Now we imported variables. Object was like with object variable we have created, and we send the object to help you organize and reuse code across files. Okay. They follow ES6 module system using export export. So here one example is given, no need, you have already seen this one. Why modules? Cleaner code structure, code reuse, maintainability, scope isolation, native support, and here you see module, type module, you must mention type module. Now we will see the great thing of JavaScript, that is API. API is like API, when API comes into play, the asynchronous thing comes into play. We will go to asynchronous operation of JavaScript later. First understand API and automatically you will understand asynchronous thing. So API is application programming interface, allows your JavaScript to communicate with a server. So like you see that big applications are there, and every time it is not like they are using their own data. Sometimes big applications like Google or any other big platforms, they sell their data in API forms, right? They are also works as a website, but they are called API because they provide the data. You know that our website, complete website is divided into two parts. One is front end, and another is back end, right? So API means what we do in backend. So from backends we send data. So that data, fetching the data itself is called API. That's fetching the data. That data, what data we are fetching is called API. So backend provides us API and we connect this API with the front end, right? This is what called application programming interface. So if you have while I will, this is JavaScript course, but when I will teach you the backend part, that time I'll show that what is like API. But as API, how it looks, if you want to see, I'll show how it looks. Let's go to, let's come here. Let's go to browser, and here we'll search fake API. Fake API, these are fake, like not real data, but these are real APIs. Data is fake, but API is real. So API looks in this way only. So I will show how API looks. So here products here. So this is their API. So here you see that they have providing HTTPS fake storeapi.com products. If you copy this one and put it here, and we need not to put any quote, single quote, remove this one, copy now and put it here, and you see get product error, maybe products. So here this is API. Here you see everything, the data you see, these are API. Now pretty print, let's do it. So this is what API, these are data only. These are API. We can call this one. So now what we'll do, we will give a call to this API, and I will show you the data, how data looks. This is what real coding would look like. Now what I am going to do. So this is API, right? So here inside this, like here, let's create another not app, API dot js, and here we'll be dealing with the API part. First of all, let's take one variable const, name it API products, name it API products equal to, we'll put it here inside one quote because it is one string. And what we'll do, we will call the data and we will fetch the data inside JavaScript. Then how will you will fetch this data? there must be some method, right? When for everything there is method, for fetching the data also there is some method that I will show now. So while dealing with the data, dealing with API, we use HTTP method. What is HTTP method? So even you see that even you see it here. Here is HTTP. S means secure server. What is the full form of HTTP? HTTP. I am forgetting. I don't know why I am forgetting this. HTTP full form. HTTP full form is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So, like for website protocol, there are other protocols also. HTTP is one of them. Like through hypertext transfer protocol, the hypertext we transfer everything through text, and there are other methods also. Like for file transfer, there are other methods. So HTTP is one of the method. Like whatever we deal, like website open, we see YouTube. These are all HTTP method, right? Sometimes we transfer the file. There's a full file transfer method is there. So as of now, when we are talking about website, we are dealing with HTTP only. So now, uh, so here HTTP method, there are like four HTTP methods: get, post, put or fetch, delete. Sometimes what will happen is that we want to see the data, only want to see the data, read the data. Sometimes we want to create a new data, right? Sometimes we want to update the data. Like while we will be creating our own API, that time we can update our data, we can create new data, right? If we don't create the data, then from where you will get the data? So obviously there will be option to create the data, and you can delete the data. This whole thing is called CRUD. We call it CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. Okay, so now let's see here. Now we won't do CRUD operation, because while operating CRUD operation, you must go through the full, like, front end and back end. Now we are just seeing the JavaScript thing. So now we will read the data. If the fake API allows us, I'll show every, obviously I'll show read and create, update, delete, everything I'll show. If that API allows, okay. Let's see. Now fetch method. Fetch is method available in JavaScript. So through this fetch method, you can fetch the API. You can fetch the data. So here, what you have to do, fetch. You give this fetch, and I put the API here, and then dot then response.json. I'll show you how it looks. So here, you are having this, right? So just type fetch, and here we'll put API products. Is API products, we are calling it through variable. Dot then we have to put then and response dot json. You need not to, like, here this one, this name response, you can put whatever name you want, but this is response, right? You can put you can, it is not like you have to put this full name response, you have to full put response. No, this is one variable, you can give any name. And dot then data, will get the data equal to console.log data. Okay, and for an error, we'll show the error catch error. Here also it is variable. It is not need to, like, you need not to put the full name error. You can just put E also. You can put error also. No problem. Console.log error and put the error, whatever error is. So now API.js, it is inside another module, and we'll be calling this one. So what we have to do, let's do one thing. Let's put this one inside one variable, like create one function, like create one function, name it const fetch data or fetch product data equal to, here create arrow function and put this inside this, and we will export this fetch product data. Okay, and we will call this inside app.js and element and all. Let's comment this out, comment this one also. Here we will import fetch product data from api.js, and will be this one fetch product data is function, so we'll call this function here inside app.js. Now see what will happen. Come here, wonderful. You see we got 20 data. You see we got one array with 20 data inside, and here you see these are the data. This is what real programming is. You are like fetching data from another website, right? And here you see that you are getting many data, but there are no data. Like you didn't create the data. You are getting it from live data, from online only. You are getting this. You see category, rating, everything you are getting. So wonderful! Congratulations. Really, this is wonderful. This is what real programming is. So now what you will do with the data depends on you. You can show this data inside our website, right? And this is called reading the data. You are reading the data. This is what reading the data. So here, this is what fetch method is. You are able to give a call to the server and to an API. So this API is the backend. This API, whatever API you put here, this is the backend, and we are showing the data. When you are fetching the data, and we'll show the data inside our website. This is what like front end is. Now another method is there. We have seen the fetch method. Okay, so here async await was not there. It was introduced post ES6, and with async await, this like one we can like here we can transform this way of fetching the data to different way, like this one with async await. So how async await looks, I'll show. So come here. So you just go to API, and here you mention it async, and instead of fetching the data in this way, what you will do, like you take one variable and name it response equal to await, and you put fetch here, fetch method, and inside this you put the whatever API is, and remove all these things, and you are putting the data. Now const data equal to await response dot json, and we got the data, and we will console.log the data, right? So here you see that Oh, I like removed the earlier one. So earlier, how the earlier one look like const fetch product data 1 equal to, earlier we coded it in this way, is like fetch dot fetch, and then we put the API and then dot then, and inside this we put response dot JSON, and again we put dot then data, and then we used to console log the data, right? And at last we put catch error, console.log error, and we wish to show the error. So earlier we coded this one, right? So there is another way with the help of async await, and this one is very cleaner. So here you see so many brackets and all. So here it looks cleaner. You will make more cleaner. You will make this more cleaner by using try catch. So just copy it here. Every code you will be copying it here inside this try, and for any error it will go to the catch block. It will go to the catch block, console.log error and error. You just remember it that this is another way of writing this asynchronous call, giving asynchronous call or giving call to the API. So here you see that you can see the main thing. You call the API, and again you put the response of JSON, but here it was looking so many brackets and all. This looks cleaner, right? So even if you call this one, you are getting the data. So that's it. So this is this is what async await is. You put async before the function name, and you put await here while giving the call to the API. This is what async await is. Now let's go again, and there is nothing. Is whatever we have done. It is saying that chaining promises like fetch API, and we put then respond to JSON console of data. You have already seen this one, right? So there is another thing, this promise and all. This one is another thing. I'll show it. Uh, it is like, so here, what you are doing, you are giving a call to the backend, and this is one call. You are getting one call, giving one call. But there is promise, like promise type. You can say one data type is there, what I will say. This promise object is there. With this, you can give call like to all. It has many methods. One of them is all. By this all, you will give call to multiple like uh, multiple APIs you will call. So here you are calling one API, but with promise that all you will be calling multiple APIs. Like here, there is one data like this. If there were many data, like copy this one, paste it below. Assume that, copy again, paste it below. So here is 1, 2, 3. Like it is 1, 2, right? So there are 3 APIs. You want to call this together. So you can put it inside this promise.all, and you will be getting API products. You will be putting the API products 1, API products 2. So with this promise.all, you can directly call more than one API, right? So this is what promise.all is. You can handle multiple promises together. And here for this one, if any one fails, If any one fails, like it works fine, but it fails, the whole promise.all will fail. Okay. So promise.res returns the result of the first settled promise, resolved or rejected. Okay. So if you put two two API, out of these two APIs, you will give, so whatever data you get first settled promises it will return. So whatever data, like this one, they return data first, it will show this data only. Okay. And if it returns first, it will show this data only. This is res. As the name suggests, this is res. Promise.any promises as soon as one promise fulfills, ignores rejection unless all fails. Okay. So here it will return data like two or three API you have given. So it resolves as soon as one promise is fulfilled. So whatever promises fulfills, it will return that. Okay. It is like this one only. But here the problem here ignores rejections unless all fail. Okay. All promises fail. So if all promises fail, it will give that error. First settled promises rejected. Ignore rejection unless all fails. Okay, these are like some simple differences there. So you just remember this one. Okay. And let's see the next one. Webhook, WebSockets, and servers and events. These are so like while creating the WebSockets are used while creating message application like chat applications. Their socket is there. Socket is like while we call through HTTP. What happens through HTTP? We give a call to the server. Like we want this data. Like we give call. We give call. Then only it returns. Then only it returns. But sockets are different. The web sockets are different. They will return the data as per like when they want. It is not like you give a call, you refresh the page, then only it returns. While using WhatsApp, you have seen that you automatically get the data. You automatically get the notification whenever another person must send you a message. You will get the data, right? You are not asking for the data. You are here, but you are not asking for the data. You are not asking. Still, it is you are not asking, but it is giving the data. So how it is happening? It is happening with the help of WebSockets, right? So server initiates the process. It is you are not initiating the process. Yes, this person takes the message for you, and server analyzes that this message is for this person, and it will initiate the message for you. You are not asking. So this is what WebSocket is. And servers and events as server sends some events like this WebSockets only. That's why it is called real-time APIs, because without refreshing the page, you are getting the data. That's all real-time APIs. One way server to client streaming over HTTP source new source events on message console data. Okay. Now we will see asynchronous JavaScript. Till that point, we were seeing asynchronous JavaScript, but I didn't I didn't emphasize you that this is asynchronous JavaScript. But you understood what asynchronous is. This is not synchronous. So here, everything that you have seen, the promise and everything, here you see that you have the doubt that you may get the data, you may not get the data. That's why all the time you are handling error. Is that you may get error. It may take time. It may give like it. It may not give any data. So here, like if you do calculations A plus B, that time you know that you will get the result, right? Either you will get error if value of A is not there. If we have given 1 plus 2, it will give the result. Even if it is like very complex data, if data is there inside this JavaScript, you will get the data. But for this promise and like giving a call to the API, there you are not sure. So this is what asynchronous is. Synchronous, these operations like inside this JavaScript is called synchronous, but when there is no surety of the data, you are like there is time taking process is there, that is called asynchronous. Like you have given a call, and after that there is some calculation, some other thing is there. So that time it will not wait till these things are happening, these promises are happening. It will go to the next thing. Okay. So this is what called asynchronous. The giving the call handling with API is called asynchronous things. And I will see now. JavaScript is single threaded, but we can perform asynchronous tasks like API calls, timers, or reading files without blocking the main thread. So what happens in JavaScript? I'll show. So here, let's go to app.js. Here we are calling this. We did give a call. So here it is not sure that you will get that result immediately or not. But after that, we assume that after that we let's cut it from here, place it here, and let's uncomment this, uncomment all this. So here what is happening? Here you have given a call, this fetch API data function we have called. That means like this will operate, but it may take time, right? So while it is taking time, the JavaScript will not stop to run this one. Okay, it will run this one. So what happens is that JavaScript take reference of this one. Yes, I understood. You want this. You may take time. You stay there. You stay in another place. I will see what is next. Then it will come to the next one. So that's why like JavaScript not operating in different threads. Like it is operating in single threads only. Like it will operate line by line only in one way, but it will keep this aside and it will run, it will check what is next. Okay, now let's see what is there. So this is what it is saying. It is single threaded, but we can perform asynchronous tasks like API calls, timers, or reading files without blocking the main thread. It won't block the main thread. It will keep it aside, the API calls, and it will check what is next. And callbacks. Callbacks are like we are in argument, we are providing some functions. What is callbacks? So here you see that here is one function. Function fetch data. We put one callback function, right? Like if this function, this fetch data is like carried out operation, after that you run this function, run this callback. We provide another function as like argument. I'll come back to it. Can come back to callback again. I'll show you. First, let's see what is next. Promises, you have seen promises. Async await, you have seen, right? Error handling will show. Just like now, we need to focus on callbacks. I'll show how. So callback is like if this object is this thing is done. So here let's create one function for callback. No problem here. Let's do one thing. Callback. Call back. Or let's create one function. Function. Function like check. Call back. We named one function check and we'll be providing one function here. So at first one we'll give one argument like number, give number like number. Okay, give number. and this one is number, this one is function. If number greater than 1, like 1, if number is greater than 1, then we will return that callback. Okay, well, we will run the callback. Let's assume that we will run the callback. Callback is a function. Let's create the callback now. So here let's create the callback. No, while calling this one, we'll be doing this. As of now, just do like give a callback. Let's create function, not function. Wait a second. What will happen if we give callback? It will run the callback. Okay, we'll give number. So give check, call the check. We are calling the check, give number 2. And second one will be giving one callback, and callback we are passing. So here we'll give one function and we name it function, no problem, so that you will understand. Give one function, like name it callback, and here we will run console.log number is above 1. Okay, and we'll put the number 2. So what is happening is that while we are calling this check, we return a function, right? Now let's see, this is function. Here you see this is one function and we are calling this function if number is greater than 1. And here you see from here to here, this is one argument. So from here, so here it is not a new function. We are just calling this check function, but in the second argument we put a function. This is what called like callback. And you see we are getting number is above 1. Number is above 1 and we are getting the 2 number. And one interesting thing is that here you see we are getting this callback function here, this number above. Before this one, fetch data, while we called this fetch data earlier. You see, this is one interesting thing, or not this one. So here you see that we are getting this result for the data, API data, after we are coded this one. So this is because here asynchronous thing. So this is because while giving a call in JavaScript, what happens is that if I have while showing this one, so 1 plus 2 or whatever these things. So I told you that it will first check like for asynchronous thing, it will keep it aside for asynchronous thing, promise and everything. It will keep aside and it will check what is next, and if it is synchronous, the next thing is synchronous, it will run that. After it is finished, it will take the asynchronous thing, the promise and API handling. It will take it later. That's why it run this fast, while the below things, the synchronous thing first, and later it has gone to the asynchronous thing. Okay, asynchronous promises you have seen. And promises, new promise. Promise is an object, but you can create a new promise. What is new promise? So new promise is nothing. It is just like creating a new API. So here API is there. API, this API is a promise only, right? For this promise one, this API is there. But if you want to create a new promise by your own in this like JavaScript, then we use new promise. That's it. Nothing like new promise is creating new promise, and promise that dot all and promise dot race or whatever is for calling that this promise only. Okay, this is for creating new promise. We can create a new promise. Async you have already seen. Now coming to the error handling. Try catch, I have shown that whatever code you write it inside try, and for any error it will show it in catch. Finally catch, finally always, like runs regardless of error or not. So it is like try catch, it is talking about catch block like try, and for error it will show. And finally is like after try catch you can write finally, it will show yes always runs, right? Regardless of error or not, it will run. Finally will always run. Throw is like throwing error. Whenever we create a new error, we throw an error. We can create error by ourselves. Like if this condition is not fulfilled, throw an error. That's it. You see in JavaScript, error object is there, right? So like I'll show throwing error is important. So I'll show like here. Let's go to app.js, check and everything is okay. Now let's do it like number one, number and callback. You don't return anything. You just return the function and save. Here you see there is no error, right? But if you go to the browser, it is not okay. It is not taking because this number is greater than one, then we are showing this. But if you remove these arguments, and now you see that uncaught type error callback is not a function. So it has returned an error by JavaScript identified, yes, there is return error. So it has returned an error. So this is what error is. It is showing an error. You didn't ask to show an error. It automatically shows error. So JavaScript is giving you error. By this way, you can create your own error. Like now there is no error, right? There is no error. So if it is not greater than 1, so this check 1, if it is not greater than 1, show it 1. If greater than 1, it will show, it will run this callback, otherwise it won't. So like here, there is no error or something. So here you can create your own error. If it is not greater than something, you can create your own error. So so you will throw. So for creating error, you will throw new error, and we will give the message. What is the message? Number is not greater than 1. You are showing this error. Now if you go here, you are getting this error. Number is not greater than 1. So this is what throwing error is. You are creating one error and you are giving that error by your own. So this is what creating error is. Throwing an error. So creating an error is called throwing. You need to type throw and new error. That's it. Okay, so this was all about asynchronous thing, and I hope you understood everything. And like this promise, don't get afraid of this promise word. So whenever new promise is there, that means you assume that you are creating a new API. This will work as API only. This new promise will work as API only. Okay, and inside this new promise, you got resolve, reject, two things. You can resolve the data, you can resolve it, you can reject it as per your requirement while creating new promise. Callbacks you have seen, and yeah, that was all about asynchronous thing. Now coming to some JavaScript like browser thing. JavaScript in browser. So there is window object, document object. So what is window document? I'll show. Local storage, session storage, cookies storage is there. So JavaScript in browser, we'll see window object. Window is like if you go here and here is one window object. Like if you console.log window, this is one default object. It is not showing because we have thrown one error. Let's remove this one. And window, you are seeing that this window object is there. There are many things inside this window. This window depicts this screen. So whatever like is there inside this screen, it will depict this screen. Like through this window, you can like window dot. You see, so many things are there. You have access to all these things. Inner height, it will show the height is like 740 pixel from here to here. Inner width is another thing. Inner width. So here is inner width. Here this one is showing. Sorry. So the height was from here to here, and width is from here to here. I didn't like while talking about the whole screen. It is this screen only. It will consider this screen. So where this like website is covering, it will consider this screen. So here it is 360 now, and if you here this one change this one to no, not size, responsive, and now refresh, it is a 404. Okay, so this is what window is having many methods inside it, and like this window you have document object. Document is not like window. Document is whatever you are having inside this HTML body tag. So whatever you have in this inside body tag, it will consider this like document. So like I have shown earlier, document.get element by ID. So document.get element by ID, we accessing this ID, get class, and like this way there are many things that you can access with this, like document dot get selection, get elements by tag name. You can get check element with the class name and everything. We'll show it through practically while creating one application at last. Now document object you have seen. Local storage is one of the important thing. So local storage is like this browser. Every browser is having one storage inside this browser. I'll show where it is. So it is like go to the browser and go to application here, performance memory application, and here is local storage. Inside this local storage, here you see that some data is there. Here is some data you can see. So this data is like storing. It is storing the data, right? This is what local storage is. You can store your data, some data, few data here inside this local storage. You can clean this local storage also. You can just here you just delete it. It will delete the data, right? So you can clean the storage by manually going here. You can clean the storage. You can clean it through code also. You can delete the data. Okay. So local storage, like local storage dot set item, you can set. You can set data. You can like remove item. You can get item. I'll show how. So here, let's do it like local storage. Like local storage, if you type, you will automatically get this local storage dot set item name. Name is like you set it, you have to provide string here, me code, right? And we will get the data console.log. First, we'll take a variable, name it data equal to local storage dot get data, get item, and we'll provide the key name. Key's name here. The first thing is the key. This one is the value. This is the name key. So console.log will show the console.log show the data, save, and come here. And with this name one, we set this wagme.store automatically due to some code it is getting set. But this name we just set it out. Now if you go to console, you see me code we are getting. We are getting from where? We are getting from here, this local storage. Let's mention it from local storage, right? Come here, network error for the this one local from local storage. We are getting this me code. Now also we can delete this one like local storage dot. So remove item. We have to pass the key name. Key is name. Now come here null. So and manually if you check there is no like name field, name key is there. So it deleted. Through this code, like local storage dot remove item, we have deleted the local storage data, right? This is what local storage is. This is beneficial while like mainly for authentication. Like what happens is that while creating real-time application, you get a token from the backend and you store the token here, and every time you give a call, HTTP call, you send that token. So for storage of token, it is very useful, and also for some calculation like calculator. If you want to create a calculator, you can set the data in local storage. So local storage is like persistent between sessions, only store strings, only store local storage, only stores string. Okay. So what happens if you want to store object? So like one object is there, and we will set the object like object is like let object equal to is like name me code and subs is like name key name. We need not to put string like this, and subs 1.8k and object. This is one object, right? And now let's try to show the object like name it channel and send the object. What will happen? We'll see practically what is happening. Remove this one and see what is happening. And channel, we got object. We are not able to though it didn't give an error, but we are not able to read the data, right? So it is storing object kind of thing, but it is not storing the real data. So to store the data, we have to stringify the data. We have to make this change this object to string. So for this one method is there. We have to use JSON. JSON is one another object. So I have to do it like stringify. Stringify, the name suggests stringify, changing it to string. For changing anything to string, we'll be using this json.stringify, and here we will name it. We'll take one variable, we'll name it like object string str equal to this, and here we'll pass the object string. Now save, and here now see we have stored the data, and you are able to see, we are able to read the data. You are not just getting the object kind of thing. So this is how you like store the data. So now how to read this one? So now if you read this, what will happen? If you read this like this, remove, no need to remove one, you have already seen, so no need to see this one, or just comment this out, and here get item, let's do it like channel, and we'll show the data. Let's see now. So go to console, and we got this. We got it, but we got it. We got the data. Now it is showing as here. We got the data, but we got the string. Now we need to convert it to object, right? So it looks like object, but it is not object. It is a string only. You will see how. Like if you like, there is one method like JSON dot parse to parse the stringify data, and inside it will pass the data, and now you'll see what happens. I won't save it, just come here, you will see. So it is showing like this. Now I'll save the data, and you'll see, and you see you are getting this object like this. So this is what object looks like. So what we have done, you see that we have stored one object. We have stored not this. We have stored this object, paste it here. We have stored this object, we have changed it to string first, and we saved it inside the local storage, and we again fetched it, and we parse the data with json.parse, and we are showing this. Okay, so this is what local storage is. And next, go to session storage. Session storage stores key value pairs only for current tab and session. So local storage, the benefit of local storage is that, so like if you go, you are in browser, right? If you close this one, right, and again run this, again go, we have closed this one, and now we won't save the data again. We won't save the local storage again. Let's keep it in this way, and now we will run it. Even yes, we will run it now. Let's run it. Now let's inspect, and let's go to application, and here you see this channel data is stored. So this channel data will be there unless you delete it manually. We have closed it one, and it is still there. This is what local storage is. Session storage is not like that. Session storage is like, if you close one tab, it will close there. You won't be able to access this one. Okay. So here is the session storage or set item thing dark. Session storage dot get item, here menu like method like this, like local storage only. So I will show the difference. Only available in same tab session, only stores strings. Same as API as local storage, clears automatically when tab window is closed. Okay. So now let's check this one. Come here and go to app.js. Like this session local storage, copy paste below. Before that, mention it session storage, paste it here, and here let's remove this all this thing like session, mention it session storage dot set item name me code. Okay, and local and console dot log session storage dot get item name, and now come here console, we are getting me code from session storage. Now come here local storage session storage, go there, we are getting this name. Now let's close this one, and comment this out so that it next time we run it, it won't run this session storage. Now let's open this one again, inspect, and go to session storage. You see there is no session, but inside local storage, if you go here, you see still this channel name data is there. Though if you check the code, we are not saving the data now. These are commented out. Okay, so this is the difference between session storage and local storage. Now let's check cookies. Cookies are small data stored in browser with optional expiration. So here you can set the expiration time. Cookies are different. Set the expiration time, like after 10 days or 20 days or today only we want to delete this one. Send with every HTTP request. Every HTTP request will be giving. So here it will send. Document.cookie, we will set it in this way, document.cookie, and can be read by server, and client can set expiration path, works in older browsers, limited to 4KB only. Manual parsing required. Document.cookie is just a string, send it every HTTP request. Okay. Comparison, will see persistent local storage will be, you see it stays there. If we close the browser again, open it, it stays there. Cookie also stays there, but it will check the expiration. Session storage does not stay once the tab is closed. Limit is like 5 to 10 MB. Here it is near about 5 MB and 4KB. Send to server. Local storage is not sent to server. Session storage also not sent to server, but cookie is sent to server. Expiration manual on close, and this one is like we set it. Manual also we can close, but we can set this one. Oh, manual here. Manual means not just going to the browser and all. Manual means setting the time. Here we can set the time, but here we can't set the time. Data type string only. All these are string only. API simplicity, easy. Manual parsing, like we set the time and all like this. Okay. So this was all about storage, and that we have seen the storage, and we have also seen the document object and window object. These are big objects like window. There are so many things you can do. You can like window.reload, we can do. It will reload the browser like this. You explore it like manually, you need to explore it. Everything I can't show, like every object, every method inside window object I can't show, right? You need to check it. You will be, while creating the real-time application, you will experience all this.
Hoisting and temporal dead zone in JavaScript. Hoisting is one of the important topic of JavaScript. You have already seen while discussing the variables with let and const, and today also we will see, and now also we will see hoisting. So hoisting, what is hoisting? Hoisting is JavaScript's default behavior of moving declaration, not initialization, to the top of scope, function, or global. So the thing is that, like while executing the code, what happens is that, like I have already shown regarding you have seen that where it was hoisted but latent const was not. So I will show the practical example so that you will understand easily. So you see these are the codes JavaScript will go through. Okay. So what happens is that first it goes through it. It does not execute. It just reads it. And like here, let's remove all the codes. And you have declared where a equal to 10, right? And also let's declare let b equal to 20. Also declare one variable with const c equal to 100, right? Also declare one function wasting test. Nothing, we won't do anything, just call one function, right? So now you see that we have one variable a, b, c and one function. Now what we'll do, we will call this one console.log called where, right? And we'll call a. After that we'll call console.log, we'll console.log called let b. Console.log called const c. And later we will call the function. We'll call the function. Now let's go here, go to the browser and you see that, let's go to console and you see that cannot access b before initialization. Let's go here now. You see we are getting error here in this line, but for the a we didn't get any error. Now if you console log all the comment, if you comment all these things and come here and you see that there is no error, right? But you are not getting the value of a, where we are getting undefined, right? But we are not getting the value. So what is happening is that the JavaScript is like here it is like running this one and it is keeping this as reference, right? And while this where, before declaring this where, we are able to access this one. Now if you comment this out, the where, and you see that there is error, a is not defined. We are getting reference error, a is not defined. The moment you lift the comment, now you see that error has gone. The value is not, we are not getting the proper value like 10, but error has gone. So that's why it is called hoisted. Even before declaring a, we are able to access a. So how does it work? It works in the way is that while running all these codes, it takes all these codes as reference. It runs it before running. It's second time it runs. It just checks all the codes, and if it is where, it identifies yes, where is declared, but value is undefined because we are calling it before accessing it. That's why it is called hoisted. These are called hoisting. Before declaring, we are able to access it. But for the function, even if you go for the function console.log, function is called, and if you call the function and you see that function is called, there is no error. So even before declaring the function, we are able to call it. So function is wasted, where is wasted. But for let one, we are getting error, like while calling the b, here you are getting error, reference error, cannot access b before initialization, right? But what happens if b is not there? B is not there. B is not defined. So here also, like we are getting the error, but it is able to identify that B is there. The moment you comment this or like save this one, and you see error is there, but error changed. You cannot access B before initialization. But for the where one, we are not getting this, right? So like, and for the C, even for the C, if you if we comment this out, if we comment this B and lift the comment for C and now check, and you see we are getting same error like the B. Okay, so we are not able to access B and C, right? But we are able to, like, JavaScript is identifying yes, B and C is there, but it is not allowing to access, allowing to call it before initialization. So this, like this B and C is in temporal dead zone. So what is temporal dead zone? We'll see now. So wait a second, let's go to the next page. So first let's see that, like we have seen that variable hoisting with var console log a, we are getting undefined. I have just shown for var a. Variables declared with var are hoisted with an initial value of undefined, right? Initial value we are getting undefined, but we are not getting any error. Let and const are not hoisted in the same way. We get reference error that I have shown you. Variables declared with let and const are hoisted, but stay uninitialized. They are not initialized. They are in temporal dead zone. They are hoisted, like you see. I have shown you. I have shown you that it is accessing that, but it is showing error. If you go here, it is showing error that cannot access B before initialization. But it is not the same as. It is not the same as. Wait a second. Cannot access before initialization. But if you do it like, if there is no B, it is not same like that. If there is no B, then cannot unquote reference error. B is not defined. Right here, the error is different. B is not defined, but here B is defined. B is there, but cannot access B before initialization. Still, we are getting error. But for the A1, there is no error. For the where, there is no error. So we can say that let and const are wasted, but stay uninitialized. But here it is wasted. Where is wasted, but we are getting wasted with value undefined. So what is temporal dead zone? Accessing them before declaration causes a reference error due to temporal dead zone. Temporal dead zone is it is a time between entering the scope and actual declaration of let and const. During this zone, you cannot access this variable. Okay, so there is a time requirement between entering the scope and the actual declaration of let and const. Due to this delay, we are not able to access this one. This does not happen for where. So if this in remember that all are hoisted, but it is hoisted, like where is hoisted with initial value, but these are not hoisted with initial value. Like here, initial value is undefined, but here it is uninitialized due to temporal dead zone. Okay. Function test console, this is nothing. So here you see that where const, let const hoisted, all are hoisted, but initialized, this is initialized, like where and function is initialized, where and function is initialized. Temporal dead zone exists in like let and const, right? Event loop and concurrency in JavaScript. So now we'll see event loop and concurrency in JavaScript. Concurrency is like JavaScript is a single-threaded programming language. Like so it cannot like it does not run in multiple threads. It runs in single threads. So while dealing with asynchronous data, it handles the asynchronous data with the help of event loop. So what is event loop? Event loop is the mechanism that allows JavaScript which is single threaded to perform non-blocking asynchronous operation like fetching data and handling timers. JavaScript runs in a single thread, meaning it can execute one thing at a time. Okay, it can execute one thing at a time. Multi-thread means executing multiple things at a time. But thanks to the events loop, it feels asynchronous, right? So what happens is that, like I have already discussed API, I have already discussed asynchronous thing. This is the extension of that only, right? So what happens? First of all, I'll show one diagram. So this is call stack. So JavaScript, whatever call runs, it goes through all of this. Okay, and if any API call is there, like fetch is there, or any promise is there, any asynchronous thing is there, right? If any asynchronous thing is there, it will keep this thing out of this stack. This is called stack, out of this stack, right? And it will keep as per the like micro stack or callback stack. So like promises are kept in micro stack, promises promises are kept in micro stack, and fetch like timeout set timeout set timeout, any DOM events like click or something, these are placed in callback stack. So what happens is that any synchronous things, so like whatever any asynchronous things callback or like set timeout kind of thing comes, it keeps it out of this call stack and it runs the next thing, right? After it runs all these things and it is empty, so that time it checks the micro stack while this was working, like API call was working, so working and getting the data, and it will store the data here, whatever data like from backend it was waiting, it will take the data from here. The moment it finished running this, it will send the data here and it will execute. And after micro stack is empty, that time the callback will execute, right? That time this callback will execute. Now let's go back again and we will see what is call stack, where functions call are pushed and popped, execute synchronous code. Web API handles async operation like set timeout, and call stack, what it does, it sends to any async code to web APIs, right? Web APIs means like even set timeout is also called API. So like remember that any async code, it gives keeps outside, and as per the stack it will keep in micro stack or callback stack. That's it. And callback queue, what is callback queue? Stores callbacks, my macro task like set timeout, DOM events, etc. And promises, yeah, promises dot then or promises dot catch, promises dot finally, etc. is called in micro task queue. That's it. That it is That's that event loop. Okay. Event loop continuously checks if call stack is empty. If yes, first processes the micro task, then the macro task. Right? So here is the example. If you console log start and you put one set timeout with zero time, that means it should run immediately. But no, it won't run it. It will keep outside. It will keep outside and it will check the another thing. If any synchronous code is there, again there is promise. It will also keep this promise outside, and it will run this end. It will run a start and it will run end. Then it will run promise. Promise comes first. Promise and then it will run the set timeout. This is the sequence. Okay. So this is what event loop is. And here our JavaScript course theoretical parts ends, and now I will create one practical thing. I will create some practical. I'll show some practical things. I'll create one project and show some practical things so that you will understand how to apply JavaScript. Now we will see the we will work on the VS Code only, and this will be you will get this PDF, right? So now let's go here and I'll show I'll create some like practical thing. Let's remove all this. Let's delete. Don't delete these things. So now what we'll do? We will remove unnecessary things. Like remove this. We will keep one API here. First, what I will do? I will show you the API call. How to like I call the API and how to show this inside our HTML, how inside our browser. So here fetch data, all these things I was like we were doing. So we will copy. Let's do one thing. Yes, let's copy this. We exported the APIs. If you remember, we have exported this API. Okay, no problem. Keep it here. Let's go to app.js, and here let's import. Let's import fetch API data from API. We'll be getting the API, and we'll be calling the API. Call the fetch API fetch product data, and we will get the data inside our browser, right? But there is problem. There is problem is I like go to API here. Some mistake maybe I have done. Console log fetch product data fetch store API products. Go to app.js. What is the issue? Let's refresh. Line number 2. What? API? Where we am giving call to API? Fetch product data API. Is it due to JS? Should I put JS for this? Check. Okay, we are getting the data. So these are the data. Now I want to show this data here. So now what I will do here I will take one div, and here I will take one ID, and I will name it products, right? Products. This is one ID only, right? And I will go to API. We are getting the data. We are consoling log the data. That's fine. Now what I will do? I will return the data. Return the data. Returning is like while returning data, I will show if you are returning the data, you can fetch the data. If you go here, and also if catch an error is there, then also we will return the error. Return error. If an error is there, we will return the error. So here we will go to app.js, and while fetching the data, we will like const we will assign it to a variables, name it products equal to fetch product data. Okay, so this products will be one array if there is no error. So now what we'll do, uh, we will be getting one error, no, array, sorry, we'll be getting one array, and now we will run like products dot for each will run for each. Products is an array, or let's do it for we'll run for loop and let I equal to 0 and I less than products dot length, and then products dot length, and then we'll do I plus plus. That means products is an array and first index I is representing index. I assume that I equal to 0, and I it will run up to the length less than the length of the products, because if the product length is 20, the index will be 19, the last index will be 19. So here I want to keep it up to 19, and this plus plus will plus, like after every run it will increase the like I number to plus 1. So here now what I'll do, I will show the data inside products. So here if you go to index.js, index.html, here products, I will fetch this, and inside this I will I'll show the data. So now let's come here and I will be showing the data there. So for this one, what I'll do, I will take one string equal to, I will take backtick, and now what I'll do, I'll keep this str, keep this one outside, and here at every run I will be increasing the string, like it will be like, I'll just see what I am doing, that here no problem, here we can keep it single quote or double quote, but here we'll be doing like str plus equal to we'll take backtick, and inside it we'll be taking one div, and we'll show it inside string only, right? And inside div there will be one title, we'll show the title inside h2, title will show inside h2. After that we'll take one, like if we go to here, you'll check the data, we console log the data, but now you won't get the data because I removed a console log from here. I'll check the data from console log. Here let's console log the data first, log the data, console log the data, and if you check here, what are the data available, id is there, title is there, and description is there, right? Image is also there, so we'll show the image also so that it will be interesting. So now go to app.js, here we'll show the title. For this one, while using template literals, you have seen that I used dollar symbol, and inside it we can put variables. So here the variables will be products is array, we'll put the I, and then after that we'll put dot title, right? So here we put the title, after that we'll put one div, and inside this div, what I'll do, I'll show the description. So here it will be description, so description will be products, then I dot description, right? Okay, product description, and product will be showing, title, description will be showing, before that will be showing one showing the image. Image tag is for img, and it is self-closing, and we'll put source src, and inside it, no need to put this inside it. No, we should put this code, and inside it will be showing the source dot dot. I will check the image URL. We need to check here image. It is image, because whatever data the backend is providing, as per the data only we should be like working, right? So we are getting this now. We didn't do any styling. Now let's do is like document.getElement by id. The id was products. Id means I am fetching this one, this div I am calling. Okay, this div I am calling, and now come here. It was products. So after that, what I'll do, I'll put dot inner HTML equal to, I'll put this string, and you will see wonders. Let's see, there is so much excitement in me right now. So even if you are like very good programmer, you are not sure that it will run or not, because sometimes for very small mistake it may not run. But I'm hoping 100% that it must work. Now let's see. Oh, it is not working. It is not working. Why? It is not working. Get element by ID, maybe products ID. I'm mistaken. Products. Copy this. Go there. So what is the problem? Products str plus this. So it is not running now. I'll check what is there inside str. Maybe some error. Oh, str. I'll check what is the problem. Let's inspect console log. Str is showing empty. Why it is showing empty? Products dot length. Now I'll check the products. What is there, if we are getting the products or not? Promise products is showing one promise. Why? Async fetch product data. If you go to fetch product data is a async function. Okay, it is an async function. While calling the data, even if it is async function, it is returning the data as promise. What happens if we put await here? Let's see. Okay, now we are getting the data. So here we need to put await, because here while calling this API, we declared this as async, right? Mentioning that it is async. So if we console log it here, now go to API, now go to app.js, and here let's remove this console log. Now save. Now check, we are getting this, and we are getting the images also. Wonderful. Now we will give some size to like we'll restrict the size, height, and width. Height, we will keeping height to maybe 200 pixel. Width we want set, because it will automatically take the width, and it is height. It is taking this height. Okay. So you will see this is one project. We are able to read the data. We read the data from from backend. This is actual data from backend, right? This is actual data from backend. So this is how we call the backend. This is one project. So here this inner HTML is one method of like document. After getting element, we can call this inner HTML. And yeah, you have to like you will practice this one, then only you will get this. This is one project, right? So now let's play around more with JavaScript. You see that we are getting the data. We're getting the data here. So now keep it in this way. Now let's create another HTML file and we will name it. We'll name it just playAround.html. Just name it like this, and with shift and 1, just take the basic HTML tags. And here let's create one container, and inside it let's take one button, and let's take one div, and this div one, let's do it like this div one. Here we'll be taking some, let's take one HTML like this is one title, and take one paragraph is like this is one description, and this one give ID, name it more model, and here this button one, create this button is like show model, and here we will take one on click event. We will be calling one function. We'll name the function, although we didn't create it, we'll name the function show model, and show model, and at last before body we need to code the JavaScript code, right? So first of all we will take document dot get element by ID show model, sorry, document ID is like this ID, let's let's style like display none, and here we need not to like document, we need not to fetch this button, because here we are already already with one click we attach the function. Let's create the function show model, and inside it we'll call document dot get element by ID, and we'll call the model, and dot style dot style dot style dot display equal to block, right? So here magic is not happening, not this one. We should run this one. This is another file show model. You'll see this one. Now let's close this one. So here we will put one button. For this one we'll put one button. We'll name it close, and we'll style it little bit. Is like style, we'll put the style like display, not display, We'll take like position absolute, and top will do 10 pixel, right will do 10 pixel. We'll set the background to red, and color to white. And while we are taking position absolute, we need to mention the position of the above one to relative. Now you will see that for model we got this button here. Now we need to mention the width of this div, parent div. Width, let's mention it to 200 pixel. Also let's mention the background to light blue. Now see, show model, it is coming here. Let's increase the width to 400, and let's give margin to auto. Now let's come here, show model, it looks like this. Close. After clicking the close, this should close, right? So here while clicking the close, we'll put one click here, and we will create one function. We'll name it close model, and let's copy this show model and paste it below, and here rename it as close model, and here a display instead of block will now change the display to none. Now show model is showing, close, it is closing, right? So in this way JavaScript like creates life of your like bring life to your website, right? So in this way we play around with JavaScript. There are so many things. So like if you have seen till this point, that means you have taken this video seriously. So I will give you one task of creating one like calculator application with the help of JavaScript. So create calculator application, and like send the link in the description. I will review this, and for any like change or anything, I will like obviously give some suggestion. So thank you so much for watching this full video. Have a great day. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.